Welcome in, everybody. It is night 2 of the NFL Draft in 2026. This is going to be a lot of fun as we think we're going to see a pick. We might see a bunch of picks. We're going to find out. That's Dan Harms. I'm Ryan Tracy. Hope you guys are doing well. Back for day 2. Nice to see you all. Let's have a good time. Daniel, how was your Friday here in anticipation?
Honestly, it was good. I did a lot of film watching of Peter Woods specifically because I've already scouted, Mansur Delane and wasn't really worried about having to go back and do that. That's not saying I'm not going to do a film room. We will do film rooms still. They're probably going to be on NFL 33, however, so just make sure you guys are paying attention when those end up dropping. But for me, when I watched Peter Woods, I understand why. Not a lot of guys move the way that he moves. There's not a lot of guys that are as athletic he is. And for a guy who has 31-inch arms, he really does a good job of knowing how to use them. And he's very powerful with his hands. So like all of that, like I get it. So it's sitting with me a little bit better. He's going to be multiple. You can move him around. So I'm still, like I tweeted it out earlier today, I'm still not 100% sure about the plan itself of trading up and sticking and picking a defensive tackle when you have not drafted edge. But then look at the edges available on day 2. There are tons of them, way more than I expected to be available on day 2. So again, you've heard me talk. I thought there was going to be a run at the end of the first round, and there really wasn't. So that played in the Chiefs' favor.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I also have been running some stuff because for me, it was the 2025 film that really disappointed me, and I have trouble. This is one of my things when I evaluate prospects. If you're better the year before, I want to know why you took a step back on your last season, and there's just no explanation for that. Maybe we might have something special for you guys coming up later. Maybe we can get some of that.
A little bit.
But I went back and I checked, and I wanted to compare the 2024 version of Peter Woods to the 2024 version of Omar Norman Lott, because I wanted to get that sense. There were some things that Woods was definitely better in. So it hit me a little bit late last night. And Ryan Schmidt, welcome to the memberships. Thank you for becoming one. We very much appreciate you. It really came to me at this point, kind of the same realization you had, is that there are a number of edges left. And yes, I had his teammate graded out above him, but it really doesn't matter because clearly the league agrees that there's not that many DTs that you can go get. And I did have him as a top 32 grade.
Yeah.
And I did have him as the top pass rushing defensive tackle. So even though I wanted DJ Parker, his teammate, more, it does fit. And if the Chiefs see that there's less opportunity for defensive tackle in this draft overall, and particularly guys that can be multiple and rush the passer, it makes sense that law of supply and demand, that you go get the more precious commodity first, right? Now we have a chance to reset. And that's really what resetting the board on day 2 is. We talk about it a lot, but that's really taking stock of what other teams have done. Every team does this. I mean, I'm sure the Chiefs were up pretty late last night, although good for them. First round was done an hour earlier than normal, so they didn't even have to. So that was awesome. I'm exhausted, but I'm not super exhausted, so I feel pretty good. How are you feeling?
Yeah, that's the thing, is it wasn't a 4+ hour stream like they usually are. And thanks to all of you guys, by the way. We had 20,000 plus views on the stream last night. That's incredible. Thank you guys. That might be one of our best that we've done. I know we usually hit around 15, especially recently, but there's a lot more intrigue for this draft. And I know that night 2 is a little bit different, but hopefully you guys bring that same energy, because we loved having you guys here last night and then congruently watching throughout the evening. It was a lot of fun, but I'm doing okay. I'm feeling really good. If it's only going to be 3.5 hours again today, like I'm sitting pretty.
It's nothing. It's a James Cameron movie. We're fine. I appreciate you guys for being here, and I hope that you'll have a good time. We're going to have a good time too. I know there's only one pick, and so the question that DC puts up here, edge or wide receiver, yes. I will always slant towards hunt the quarterback first. I'll make something else out of the offense, especially with Mahomes. But if it's just not there, it's just not there. Same thing, supply and demand. If there's a good edge there, great. But I don't need to dip down. If Zion Young or TJ Parker is not there at 40, I'm not going down to take R. Mason or Dennis Sutton. I'm not stretching that far. And if I think there's a good glut of wide receivers available here too, as well, that could help the Chiefs. So for me, it's yes, either or.
Absolutely. I think that But like you said, this terms of their board. I listened to Brett Veach talk, and I know that there's a big misconception going around. People think that Tate was the play. It wasn't that's not how I read into that at all. It was they expected Carnell Tate to go to the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
That is what he said, basically, is that we believed as soon as he went at 4, we then had to get in front of the Saints to prevent them from drafting Mansour Delane, who was their one of their top 5 players. It was not a Carnell Tate or Mansour Delane. It was, we want to get Delane, and we don't have to move up if Tate goes to the Saints at 8. So we don't have to worry about that. But he went to 4, and then they said, okay, we have to go pick our guy.
It's like that blocker ball when you're shooting pool, right? You got to get the 8 ball in there, but there's something sitting right in front of it.
Yeah.
You wanted Tate right in front of the Saints, so they would have to grab him. I agree. That's how I took it as well, and maybe we'll hear more from Brett Veach. Minotaur, our resident guru of handing out memberships, appreciate you, buddy. Here is where we get TJ Parker at 40. I hope so. If the grades on the edges are depressed, like the Chiefs seem to think so, and quite frankly, a number of others do, the only difference in my top 5 edge rushers was that Malachi went a little bit earlier than TJ. So
yeah,
I see it how they see it. They just aren't feeling the urgency. So I hope, we've been hearing rumors today that Carson Beck could go here early at the top of 2. I have trouble with that because I have him as a high 3rd round grade, and I'm the highest person I know on him. So that would be crazy. But if he goes and the DT run starts right now because of Woods being gone, that helps the Chiefs get an edge. And I don't want to read too much into it, but Minotaur, thank you. I think he could fall to the Chiefs. I think that's definitely there. Rogue Redemption round 2. The alliteration is perfect, Scotty. I'm going to steal that. So
love it.
The general feeling, Brian, is that right now they still have an opportunity. And so what I'm hoping for is that we see that kind of fall. But if they don't get him or Zion at 40, I think they could go wide receiver. I think Brett mentioned both the positions, so they know that they need them. It's not like we're misreading the tea leaves. But I want to ask you, do you think if those guys aren't there that they are able to move back? Should they move back? Do you think that more picks today is more important, or should they try to package something either from late next year and this year to move up to get back into the 3rd? A lot of people are expressing my concern too, that I just want to have more picks today rather than tomorrow.
Unfortunately, I think they're going to be far happier with fewer picks this draft and getting the guys that they wanted and having more picks next draft. Because if you looked around the trades that happened yesterday, it wasn't teams trading a bunch of next year's picks. They wanted to keep those picks. It was they're trading now and trading these picks right now. So I think that they might still try to trade back and acquire another one if possible for this draft in that way. But if they can't, I think they're just going to stick with what they have. So I'm feeling okay about the draft so far. Again, 2 players that I had 1st round grades on that ended up in Kansas City. They unequivocally got better in my mind. Like that's just hard for me to really argue with. They got better. Mansour Delane is going to come in and he's so professional, you guys. If you listen to him talking, like he's in a suit, he's like talking to Brett, like he's talking to Andy. Like this is a guy who is coming to work and he's going to work his ass off and he's going to be an excellent part of the defense. I do think Peter is a little bit more outspoken of himself. He is a little bit, from what I've seen, that he does tend to think very, very highly of himself. So hopefully he brings that attitude and wants to get better with Chris Jones. So I would have liked to have 74 just like everybody else. But at the end of the day, they saw an opportunity to get one of the guys they had a top 5 grade on. They did. They had a top 5 grade on him. They went and did it. And then they also got a guy that's a 1st round grade for me. So it's hard for me to complain about the players, more of just the process. I'm still trying to get on board with. I'm not quite sure I can defend that quite yet.
We'll get there. And folks, one of the things that I want to do next week, and maybe we'll do it on a live stream, maybe we won't. I'm going to break down my evaluation of Woods so you guys see it all. And we're going to talk about him both last season and what he was supposed to, or we thought he was going to be in 24, because they are different. And maybe clearly I held that fall against him more than most did, but let's hope. And I will tell you this, if you want to go look at him in 2024, that's what we're hoping for. That's what we're trying to get to. Looks like the pick is in for the Niners. We'll announce it when it comes up. You guys may know before we do That seems to be the way this goes. I'm going to try not to be as aggressive tonight, but please, let's keep it so we can discuss it as the flow comes across, even if you guys know. And to Beach's point, thanks for the submission. Appreciate you, buddy. If KC does not draft a DE at 40, I guess the plan is round robin, seeing that all the DEs can play inside also, and Chris Jones and Lott can play some DE also. And that's honestly a very good point. They have more bodies at edge that can play inside, and maybe they're just going to mush rush it, and they're just not going to play a true edge. As long as you can get to the quarterback, I couldn't care less. Get to the damn quarterback. The problem is that you have to have the pass rush. If you don't have it, all the DBs in the world can get picked apart. Eventually, a DB's coverage will break down if you give them enough time.
And that's the thing here is that they have 3 defensive tackles now with pass rush upside. That they haven't had that in years. So I know Omar Norman-Lott was starting to come on a little bit before he got hurt, and he was still adjusting to a new heavier frame, heavier body. So that's something that he's got to work through as well. But Peter Woods is sitting at nearly 300 pounds, and he moves like he's 280, maybe even a little bit less. That's what you're looking at. And if it ends up where George Karlaftis, Chris Jones, Omar Norman-Lott, and Peter Woods are your rushers on third down, I mean, that's kind of exciting. I'm not going to lie. It's not what I envisioned, but it is kind of exciting.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Looks like the pick is coming up. I don't know if it's one of Kyle's kids or who that
Andy Lee. He's a punter, man, or he's a former punter.
Then we don't need to listen to him. That's fine. We're going to hear a story, evidently, from him. That's going to be fine. Is it in the chat already? Am I already behind?
I haven't seen it, actually. No. I did just see who it is, but not because of that.
I think, for those of you that are asking, right now, Stribling goes at the top of 2. That's even earlier than I had him, but dang, I like that kid.
He's a good player.
Fast riser. I had him a whole round below. I had him at the top of 3.
Yeah, I actually had him even further down than you did. By the way, guys, I did update my board. I realized that Keldrick Falk was also not on the board. He was added along with Arvell Reese, and I had some people asking me about Keldrick Falk. I had him at interior defensive line. I put him at defensive line, not at edge on my board. So if you're looking for the updated version of that, it is over on NFL 33 as well.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. And this is a good point, Peter or Scott. The down season is a byproduct of Clemson. The problem that I had is he fell off way more than either of the other 2 big Clemson defenders in this draft, in Terrell or TJ. He was affected by it more, and that's what I don't have an explanation for. He still eats double teams. He can split them. He still has a plethora of pass rush moves. In fact, he's the highest pass rush move grade in this class at the D tackle spot. He has the tools. I just don't have an explanation. We hope that he can continue his ascension back towards what he was in 2024. That's really the goal there. So want to make sure we covered Beach's question. Yes, everybody can play a little bit of everything. I like the must rush concept. I just don't know if it's going to be enough to get home, and that's what it's all about.
At the end of the day, you have to have some speed at edge. You have to have some. And as good as I think Peter Woods is and explosive laterally as he can be, I don't think that's where he wins like Chris Jones does with that pure, unadulterated gapping speed. He's a good gapper, don't get me wrong, but he is not on Chris Jones's level. So there still needs to be some actual speed on the edge somewhere.
Yeah, I'm with you. Got some good questions in there. And yes, at times, he could be a fullback.
He had more rushing yards this year than he had pressures.
Yeah. See, you had to go there.
I did have to go there. You do have to hear it, guys, because it is true.
Yeah, and that was honestly my concern as well. Is Jones a new DE? I don't think Chris Jones is going to move to DE permanently, but I do think he might get more percentage out there. I know he loves doing it. Yeah. So if he comes in lighter, which is better for his knees anyway, hopefully that's something that they can turn into a plus, not a liability, right?
Exactly. Like that's what you're hoping you figure out a way to make it work. But at the end of the day, you're not going to get very far playing defensive ends, playing defense tackles at defensive end very long.
Yeah. Cardinals are up there taking.
Well,
Yeah, Chase Bisson is, yeah. I believe I had him as guard 4. I had Pregnon above him, but Keelan Rutledge was really good. I had them all graded really, really similarly. So this is another good pick for the Chiefs in pushing more edges down, more defenders down.
Yeah, I had Dunker and Basantes just over Pregnon, but they were chunked all in the second round for me. So like it's not that surprising that this is where they're going, because the Cardinals offensive line has to be able to protect, and they're trying to get quarterback help for the future, right? They are going to be pretty much essentially tanking this year. You have to build out the roster. You got to build out that offensive line. You want to run the ball with Jeremiah Love. Now you have a little bit more to work with there.
Agreed. You guys, again, if you're new to us, this is year 8. The channel just turned 8. I don't even know where the time went, to tell you the truth. But this is what we do. This is our second Super Bowl of the year. We both scout, we both do analytics, we do 100 things a year, not just Chiefs. And if you've never met us before, that's Dan. I'm Ryan. Get subbed. We're here all year long, win, lose, or draw, and I hope that you'll join us. Super chats get an answer no matter what, and we're going to try to cover all the other topics like we usually do. Beach, thank you very much. Brian, love those swag hats. Well, you can have them too. There's a link down below to the store. It's all in there. And once we get through the draft, I'll have some new designs coming for some of these guys. And I've got a couple that are just, personal mottos. If you too are ready to see KW9 run the damn ball, I have something coming for you too. So it will be there.
Have an idea. So right now we've just seen 2 not players I expected to go off the board, right? Edges are still there. You have to think that the Chiefs are starting to entertain the idea of trading back, right? Like if maybe one edge goes, then you maybe worry about an edge run happening. But right now, if you can move back a little bit, I mean,
you see another offensive player or 2 go, then I would consider it. I'm not quite ready to pull that trigger yet.
No, I get it. I'm just saying because of the trend, at least, right? A wide receiver goes, and then maybe people are like, okay, maybe we have to start thinking about wide receiver now. Guard, I'm not so worried about like a guard run. That just doesn't usually happen in the draft, especially right now. It's not really a thing, but wide receiver might end up going. So that's just something to think about. Also, you guys, I will be heading back over with Tony Pauline at when the Browns come on the clock, and then we'll be back to talk about the Chiefs pick as well. So just letting you know, it'll be Ryan for a few minutes, and then I'll pop out and pop back in.
I know you guys will be all right with me alone for a while. It's
yeah.
I'm like the babysitter you can't really trust.
I'm more just prepping Ryan so that he's prepared for it.
I'll come back to you in a second, Kata. We've got to get either TJ, Zion, or Cassius at 40, but do one or any of them fall to us? I think they all could, and I don't necessarily agree with Cassius. I don't know that he's a fit for Steve Spagnuolo. I would be reluctant to tell you the truth.
Yeah, he's not somebody you want the Chiefs taking personally. He's a DPR only, in my mind.
Damn it to hell.
And Buffalo did it to the Chiefs now, where they get the player that they were looking, or the Chiefs were probably looking for.
Yeah. That's super disappointing. Especially just to see him go to Buffalo pisses me off. The Bills come on the clock, take TJ Parker. Funny that they announced him as a linebacker, not as an edge. TJ's going to rip it up for them. They're going to turn him loose. And I was really excited. I didn't want to jinx it, so I didn't mention this. But the one picture that Woods posted today was of him and TJ, and I was really hoping for a reunion, to tell you the truth. He is my edge 4, and I think he's a perfect fit for Spags.
Absolutely. It's almost too perfect, right? It's almost too perfect. Like, it just couldn't happen. And the Chiefs had their opportunity. Let's not forget, they had their opportunity to draft him, and they chose to take the defensive tackle, the more talented player, over TJ Parker. Okay, he's more talented. I'm sorry, you might not agree with it, but he is. Like, he has more athletic gifts. He's a more talented player specifically as a pass rusher, and I think he's even underrated as a run defender.
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a big gap. They graded out 1 point different for me, but no, I disagree, and that's okay. We can continue to disagree. We don't pretty much have to trade back in the third. How do we do that? And who do we take? Kyle, you can either trade down from 40 and try to get that third, or you can try to package lower picks up. You do still have 109. Put a couple of fits with that. You can probably get back into the third round, is my thought.
Yeah,
I'm
I would
okay
agree.
with that if you're right, Dan, and they just don't need as many picks in this draft.
Yeah, I would hope so. But again, we're going to see what happens right now. If this starts an edge run, the Texans just traded up with the Raiders to come to 36. So we'll see what happens there. Maybe they thought an edge was going to start going, so they want to get somebody else as well. We'll see what happens. But this could precipitate an edge run that I was expecting in the end of the first round, here in the beginning of the second.
Yeah, so for me, it's Zion or bust. It's Zion or trade back at this point for me, because I think Yakus will come later. I think Derek Moore will come later in the third. I have Howell in the third too, and those are the rest of the guys that I have as day twos. So you can trade back and get one of them, and I'm confident of that.
Yeah.
Cato, thanks for waiting. Sorry I put you on hold there, but thanks for the support. I think we have a top 5 defense next year. I think Spags is going to get the best out of Peter Woods. I certainly hope so. And I can imagine him, CJ, Furious George, and TJ. Yeah, I would have
Sorry,
loved
buddy.
that. I would have loved that. But it's not all. This roster doesn't have to be set because this happened. They can still pick one up here. It's getting thin, but they can still pick some guys up. And there's still a couple of free agent trade type things that could happen. So maybe that's part of their plan too. This one with the Bills, Brandon getting his revenge really hurts. I got to tell you though, on a personal level.
It does a little bit, but at the end of the day, Brandon Beane's still Brandon Beane. So I'm not going to waste any sleep or lose any sleep over him getting a player at the end of the day, I like him. In Buffalo, he might not reach his ceiling because it feels like that's where edge rushers go to just kind of plateau.
Yeah, that is true. Man, that sucks. Thanks, Kato. Appreciate you. Terry, hope you're doing good. How are we going to score more points than last year? Good teams, we could not score more than. Okay, that's fair. I think it's a combination of a couple of things. I think Xavier was playing hurt the whole year. I think Rice missed a third of the season. I think you were waiting for a third receiver to emerge. I think Patrick was a little bit off. I think the O-line wasn't that great, and they didn't have a damn run game. Those are a lot of things holding you back. Here's the thing. If you allow fewer points, a couple of those one-score games flip over just automatically, and I think they get back to where they were 2 years ago.
At the end of the day, you have to be able to run the ball a little bit better. And every time they got in the red zone, it felt like something bad happened, like a penalty or a bad negative play. Those things aren't sticky. Like they're just not sticky. They don't translate over years. So I'm excited to see what happens. I think the game's going to be better, and I do expect Xavier Worthy fully healthy to take a step next year. And they clearly also believe he's going to. And Rashee Rice is going to be healthy and ready to go as well. Otherwise, they would have taken a wide receiver in the first round.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Dub Freak, thank you, buddy. Hope you're having a good day. You were up late. Could this be a draft where we package later rounds to get back into the third or fourth and just select 3 or 4 players in total? It is a possibility. And that may, again, show you exactly what they think of this class overall. I haven't been super endowed with this, but people have been trying to talk me into thinking this is a better class than I thought it was. Maybe the Chiefs agree with me. Mike, welcome to the memberships. I appreciate you. I'm sorry that we put you on screen at the same time that Roger is making a call for the Texans, but timing's a tough one. So we're going to see what happens. As long as they don't do what I need them to not do, I think we're going to be okay, but we'll see what happens. Didn't I get that stop? Oh, I think I just lost it.
Oh, we did just get the pick from the Texans if you wanted to did the Q thing.
Oh, good for him. Show your emotions, big man. Caden McDonald, my DT1, the only guy that I had over Woods, is now off the board. Did you get a chance to watch his film?
Yeah, this is such a Texans pick. They desperately needed this kind of player after Tim Settle's gone, and they have everything else kind of figured out for that defensive line. And this is the player that is going to maximize everything else. They just have an ass-kicking defensive line, and now you bring in a guy who is easily going to be maybe the best run defender immediately. And that's saying a lot for a team with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. I think that he has. We talked about the potential pass rush stuff. I think it's a little bit less than Ryan does. However, it's there. Like there's the upside there, not just what you're getting as a run defender. This is not like Tyleik Williams of last year. Caden McDonald has more upside than I think Tyleik did.
Yeah, I see the moon for him. I think he can be as good as anybody in this class and maybe the last couple of classes
Yeah.
from the interior. That's how much I like him. But good for him. I like that he's relaxed. I'm glad he stuck it out in the green room. Sup, Mike? I hope you're doing good. You think that wide receiver time Montgomery from John Burrows? Is that
John Carroll?
Okay. Will he be available in the 5th round? I would think so. I haven't seen anybody grade him or put him any higher than that. In fact, most have been 7th, fringe 6th from what I've seen. So I'm more than happy with that.
Yeah, I think he'll be available in the 5th, 6th round. The Chiefs could probably trade back, get a 6th round pick, and get him then too. Because again, he is out of John Carroll, regardless of what he did at the Senior Bowl. He doesn't have any athletic testing on file, and he is an older prospect. So I would imagine he maybe 6th, 7th round.
Yeah, I agree. I'm grabbing some more questions here, Dan. If you want to take this one.
Yeah, I got you. Sorry, Shane. We're a little late on this one. It's hard for everybody when. Plus, we don't know when he's going to go, right?
Yeah.
There was always a chance they could have. They probably. I always thought that they were going to have to trade up. So I tweeted out earlier today. Give me Derek Moore at 40, and call it a day. I would have been happy with that because I didn't expect TJ Parker to be there. I think they would have had to trade up to get him. So unfortunately, Shane, we appreciate the support as always, but he is, as you now know, a Buffalo Bill.
Oh man,
so
always
sad.
something. I know that's kind of where I'm at.
New York Giants pick is in right now, and then when the Cleveland Browns come on the clock, guys, I'll be dipping out. Just letting you know. Rodney, thank you very much for the support. If TJ Parker or Zion is the pick at 40, how do you guys feel about our defense next year, and where does the Chiefs defense rate next year? Well, that's a loaded question at the end of April. So, one, I think that they're in a good spot if they get somebody here on day 2 at the defensive end position, because as much as I still think you needed a 1, they are clearly very invested in George Karlaftis to be their number 1 defensive end. Okay, that's fine. I just think you can upgrade. You could have upgraded from that, but at the end of the day, if you get somebody in there that can rotate and be even a starter for you with what they currently have, and then you bring in Peter Woods, you have Omar Norman-Lott, you have Tonga, like it's a good group, and then you add a real starter alongside Noah Williams, the defense is starting to look a little bit different. Looks pretty good in my opinion. Where do they rank? I don't know, but I think if you could get better play out of Chris Jones this year than he did last year, we're talking top 10.
Yeah, it's easily within reach, and I do like the fact that Zion's still available. Zion could give a boost. I like Derek Moore as well. You're absolutely right. He is another pick. I just have him lower. I have him in the 3rd round. But if if Zion goes before the Chiefs are on the clock, they could easily trade down. Unfortunately, It looks like ESPN is calling him the best available now, which always makes me nervous. So,
I'm not so worried about Mel calling anybody the best available. So,
is it just his? Okay, I was just glancing at ESPN.
I thought so.
Okay, fair enough. Denzel Boston, Chris asked, and there's a couple of wide receiver ones here. I think DJ was asking too. So Chris Brazel, Ted Hurst, Denzel Boston would be nice. I don't think Boston fits what they want to do. He's a catch point kind of guy. I don't think he gets loose enough. I like him, and I think he is kind of a clutch performer. But I don't think he fits this offense. I would take both the other two first.
Yeah, I think I would too. And at the end of the day, I think unless they really wanted to make a change like this, if they drafted Denzel Boston, I think that would be a sign of we want to change some things, because Denzel Boston is just a contested catch guy, and he's not a bad route runner by any stretch, but I don't see a ton of athletic upside there. He's not fast, and it's a very different archetype of wide receiver than the Chiefs have drafted.
That's fair. But I do think wide receivers in the taking here.
It's in play.
Here comes The Giants pick. There goes Colton Hood.
Okay.
Before Jermon McCoy. That tells me the medicals are real and there is serious concern about his longevity. Maybe not his ACL in the near term, but do you disagree?
I don't know. Like at the end of the day, we don't know the real medical stuff. I just don't have a clue. And I would draft the better player in the second round, regardless of the medical stuff. And I think that Jermon McCoy is a better player than Colton Hood. He's a really good player. Like I have a second round grade on Colton Hood. Like he's a good player, but he's a difficult guy to evaluate because he went to 3 different schools in college. He learned 3 different defenses, and he never learned how to play zone very well. He plays man coverage, and he brings his hands down at the line of scrimmage. He does not have great jam timing, but again, there's a ton of upside with him. So I get that pick for like like for a corner standpoint, but I'm still taking Jermon McCoy over that. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me why he's falling, but we'll see.
Am I wrong, or is Colton Hood the 3rd corner off the board?
No, you're correct. He is the 3rd corner. He was
we're 35. Yeah, that's crazy. We are 35 picks in, 36 picks in. There's only 3 corners gone.
I think that's speaking more to the scarcity of tackle and other positions than it is corner, because there are a ton of corners. I have a ton of high grades on corners, which makes sense. If you think there's scarcity at tackle and the high defensive ends, the high wide receivers, you're going to draft those guys first, and then you're going to wait on corner. And that's the reason that the Chiefs went and got Delaney, because he was clearly the highest rated corner of anybody's board. Yeah. So, I mean, makes sense.
T, I appreciate you. Thanks for the support, pal, and for being a member forever. I got a sneaky feeling that this year's draft is going to be great for the Chiefs, and I'm glad you brought the optimism, and I appreciate you. There is still a lot that they can get done, and maybe their plan is edge is not the priority, and so maybe we are going to see some offensive weapons, continue looking to build stuff. I think it could be happening. See you. Have fun.
I will be right back, you guys. Have fun.
There's a lot that could come here. Raiders are about to announce, but I appreciate that because it's how the whole offseason fits together. And as much as I want to concentrate on the draft picks, there's still options out there. Some people are asking about a Thibodeau and a trade. In fact, let me pull that up. Yes, I think that's an option. He was never my favorite player coming out, but I think it's an upgrade at that point. Raiders are picking Traden Stukes, the nickel safety from Arizona, a kid that I really liked coming into Kansas City. Mr. Versatility. He can do a little bit of it all. I thought if the edges were gone, Traden might be somebody that the Chiefs look at, but he goes off the board here at 37. And I think it's a pretty good call for them. I don't like seeing another player that I like land in the AFC West, but that just seems the way that it's going to be. The Browns are on the clock. Chiefs are up after that. As long as the Browns don't take Zion Young, I think it could be Zion coming to the Chiefs. I think it could be a trade back. I think it could be a wide receiver. That's probably what we're looking at, in my opinion. So, hey, and the Thibodeau thing is there. The Cam Jordan thing is there. There's options at edge if Zion goes right here, which would be just my luck because that's just the way that I feel about it. Black Gold, I think they're still thinking edge, but they might have Zion lower. A lot of guys, a lot of teams do feel that he is kind of frenetic and kind of all over the place, and there's work to be done there to shore some things up. Maybe they don't feel the 40 pick is where his value is. We're going to find out, but I will say this. I don't think it's going to be another corner. And with Stukes off the board, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a DB either. So I personally would probably take that off my radar. But McNeil Warren is still out there. A center field type that takes it away. He's got some tackling issues, but he can get a lot of things done. So we're going to think about it. Looks like the Browns are going to get the commercial break, which I love because I hate it when the Chiefs are on the commercial break and they come back and we miss something. So I think edge should be it. again, as long as the Browns don't trade out in somebody else or nobody takes Zion Young right here, I think he's worth that pick. If not, the next guy down my board that is the best fit is a little bit of a drop, and it's Gabe Akis and excuse me, cold's catching up with me. Gabe Akis and Derek Moore right about the turning of the second into the third round. So that's kind of what I'm waiting to see if we're there. And so to Shane's point as well, do you guys think we could sign Cameron Jordan on a cheap deal to be to shore up the D line? And I do think that is a possibility. It might even be something that they've pre-planned and said, hey, we're not going to sign you now, but we'll come back to you after the draft if we can't get somebody. Maybe you want to come join us. I think he's got more than one suitor, but if you're trying to get a ring at his age, it would make sense that you're kind of holding out for a contender, and the Chiefs are always a contender. So I also think he's not a guy necessarily interested in doing OTAs. I don't think he needs them. I don't know that he needs a whole lot of training camp. Like he's a very sizzle type signing, right? That he's at the end of his career. He doesn't have to put in a whole lot of reps. He just needs to come in situationally and make an impact. And I do think that Cam Jordan can still do that. So it does make sense to me. Thank you, Shane. I appreciate you. Excuse me. It figures that everything would kick up once we were up and rolling. Could safety be a pick if edge are gone? And that's where I was going with. I thought Stukes would be the target because of the way that Steve Spagnuolo wants to be multiple all the time. He wants to hide his coverages with his players so that he's not giving things away. And the way that he uses Chamari Connor is very much the way that Traden Stukes can be used as well, because he can play corner for you. He can play single high, better in split high, but he could do it. He can play robbery. He can do enough of everything. You could even put him in outside corner in a stretch. If you had an injury, I think that's perfectly legit to try. So Stukes, I think, is the Swiss Army knife of the secondary that I thought they might target if the edges were gone. But now that he's gone, it's more about McNeil Warren, who I don't think tackles enough for the Chiefs to be super interested, but they may overlook that just based on the quality of this class. And I keep coming back to the fact that it's just not what we usually see at some of these positions. And I'm going to go ahead and put this back up on top where it belongs. Apologies. And clearly I need to reload it too. So we'll get that going just so everybody can see what's going on and where we're at. Okay, so it looks like the pick is in for the Browns and the Chiefs are officially on the clock. And whether we hear the announcement or not, I guess I'll just leave the Chiefs up there so that we see it. But other safeties, to your point, I think Kilgore's out there. I think Kyle Lewis is out there. I think Louis Riddick would love Kyle Lewis in Kansas City, but I don't think that's necessarily going to happen in the second round. If Zion's gone, I'm thinking trade back as Joe Hayden comes to the platform, podium, whatever we call it, in order to make this selection. Here we are, 39. The Browns are taking. Denzel Boston goes the pick ahead of the Chiefs. So that took that possibility off of it there. And that is a fit that I think that they'll like. I think that's a Shedeur pick. I think it's somebody that he can put the ball up to and let him do the work. Which I think is some of the better aspects of when Shedeur is at Colorado, in putting it in a playable position to let the skill guys go do what they do and make the most of their athleticism. I still think Shedeur holds the ball too long. I still think I trust Dylan Gabriel more. It's just not something that really matters because Cleveland's a destination that careers go to die. So I'm just not sure what that's going to be. But Nerm, appreciate you. Thank you very much. Next question comes from Matthew. When is Claire supposed to go? And I've seen him mocked very, very drastically different. I've seen him all over day 2, and I've seen some people that even put him in day 3. I will share the board and let you know where I have him. Let me do that up here. Boom. And then we will go to this. So you'll see as I scroll, I have Max like at the top of the next round. Maybe that's hard to see there. Maybe I should zoom that in. Hang on a second. I will go up. Okay, hopefully that makes it easier. So here's Max Clare, and I have him towards the top in the first 10 picks of round 3. That's going to be important. Looks like here comes Bill Moss. He's going to make our announcement. I'm going to let you hear what he has to say when he gets to the podium too.
Hello, Pittsburgh, and hail to Pitt. With the 40th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select R. Mason Thomas, defensive end.
Wow. I am shocked at this selection. I got to tell you guys, absolutely shocked. R. Mason Thomas is super twitched up, super speed rusher. He's a 3-4 outside linebacker. I'm going to check his weight because I think he's under 240 pounds. And that is just incredibly baffling to me why the Chiefs would go there. I almost feel like with these two guys in Woods and now R. Mason, could they be looking at becoming more multiple and playing some 3-man front? I would not be surprised if that's exactly what they're trying to do, is to get to the point where they can throw some 3-man, 3-4 looks and rely on the linebackers more. Okay, so I did have it wrong. He weighed into the combine at 241, same as Arvell Reese. Same height as our Arvell Reese. Very, very similar. Comes off the ball, and I mean off the ball. This is just strange because he's faster off the ball, but less powerful than Josh Uche was. And Steve Spagnuolo didn't get Josh Uche onto the field. So this is way out of left field. I had marked him as a non-Chiefs option because of the alignment. Unlike Arvell Reese, I don't think his play strength is enough to hold up at the point. I think he gets hung up on blocks at times, especially against guys with length. But I think he's very good at getting off the ball and pressuring the outside shoulder, climbing that arc to the point where he might not be in the quarterback's face, but he's in the quarterback's ear, and you can hear him coming. The arm length is another issue, 31 and 5/8, so obviously longer than Bain, but not like a super long guy like Steve Spagnuolo usually likes. This is really crazy, but he's a good athlete. What did he come out at? I think he was in the top 20. 1 second as I pull that up. You guys who have the draft guide, you probably already know this. Yeah, he came in the top 20, 18 for R. Mason. He has the best TFL rate in this edge class. Top 10 in sack percentage, 11 in pass rush win rate. He's just a 3-4 outbacker. I don't see him as an edge. So, Daniel, you hop back in at the perfect time. I literally was dumbstruck for a minute. What do you got?
They asked me what I thought about this when I was older. I'm like, I'm surprised. I don't. This is not Spags, and it's not anything near what he usually does. So this is a drastic turn. Okay, this is not anything that we have ever seen. Are they going to ask R. Mason Thomas to be Leo Chanel? I don't know. You might see some of that.
Are they going to ask Woods to play a 5 technique and run a 3-4 at times?
Yes. I think that's absolutely. I think we might be seeing a shift to a multiple defense, not just a pure 3-4-3, a true multiple where you have the bodies to run 4-3, or since they play a bunch of nickel anyway, what does it matter? Right. Just get your best 4 out there, or depending on what it is. So this has me really juiced up, because he's a really good athlete. Change of direction. He's speed and he's sudden. He can make those speed to power moves. This is what the Chiefs defensive line and pass rush has needed. True speed to power. And they just got it.
And his get off is some of the best in this class.
Yes.
Some of the best in the last 2 classes. And again, He just can't be heads up on a tackle. He can't even be on a shoulder. He's got to be a 7 tech or a 9 tech so he can attack upfield of the tackle starting shoulder position, in my opinion. But I love it because it makes them quicker to the quarterback. It just doesn't fit Spag's MO. So I'm really, really interested how this is going to go. Man, but honestly, and after telling everybody, I ran through all of his stats and his measurements and stuff, right? He's literally the same weight as Arvell Reese. And he's I did read it wrong. He is an inch shorter, inch and a half shorter. Yeah. But same weight, arm length is a little bit less.
But the wingspan's 78 and an 8. So he's got a bigger wingspan for a guy who's got 31 and 5/8 inch arms. Like, so that plays pretty okay.
Yeah, it evens it out. I'm just impressed because speed rush is one of the things that I've wanted for a long time. I just didn't expect it to do it here. And this is their last pick of the day. We are now going to sit with bated breath. We're going to discuss all of these guys, and we're going to wait to see if they trade back in because I think they might. I did not expect that at all, but at least it's an edge.
I'm juiced. I again, we were talking about the big guys because that's who they draft. That's who they go for. This is a legitimate attempt to make a change with a high draft pick at defensive end. And I think one thing that Tony Pauline asked me was that he kind of reminds him of FAU in a sense. I'm like, I would understand just purely based on pass rush, but he wasn't a power player like at Kansas State.
And FAU never had that get off.
No, yes, he did. He absolutely did, but
not like
he lost it. I disagree. That was one of his how he.
That'll be one of our experiments.
That was how he
was good, but he wasn't this good at all.
I don't. I would have to refresh my memory because I would loved his get off coming out of Kansas State. But at the end of the day, he's not going to ask our Mason Thomas to put 20 pounds on and be a 34-inch arm guy against the run. Like, you're not going to do that with our Mason Thomas because he doesn't have 34-inch arms like FAU does. So in an attempt to make FAU something that he wasn't, he lost the speed. And our Mason Thomas is, yes. Where is it? Really quickly. I'm excited because we've been asking. We have been asking for the speed to power and pure speed that isn't just a Felix Nandika-Uzama or just a D Ford. I think our Mason is a much more complete player, and he can do a lot more than just be a DPR.
Yeah, I think he'll start that way.
I agree. I agree. Part of a rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will pull up and, basically, folks, what we'll go back through is we'll go back through all the evaluations that we had on all of our players. And we'll tell you what we wrote down that didn't necessarily make it into the report of the draft guide because of the system that we use. We summarize when we go in there. It's not a straight from the raw intake notes. But we'll go back through that. I think that's definitely worth it. What in the Bob Sutton is going on here? I love that one, Breezy. Change system. Now, I didn't mean to get off of DJ's earlier question. Can Peter Woods play edge? I saw some reps outside. Yes, he absolutely can. In fact, I went back and I ran all of the analytics and all the stats, not just on what I usually do, which is career and final season, but I went and I compared 24 to 25 individually. And so there is definitely, he was about 50-50 in 2024. And I don't think there's any mistake. That's why his pass rush win percentage was double in 24. His pressure rate was double in 24. I think that's part of it.
This is the most fun defensive line that Spags has ever had at Kansas City. The most fun.
That's a good point.
It's the most fun. I'm not saying it's gonna be the best. It is the most fun. It's unique, it's different, and they have a lot of different body types at defensive tackle, at defensive end now with at least one other guy, and Peter Woods who can play defensive end, and Chris Jones. It's the most fun. Like, it's all I've been asking for. Just get a little different. Everyone knows it's power rushers coming at you with Chris Jones as the slicer. There's no creativity there. Guess what? Yeah. You can get a whole lot of creativity with these guys.
Yeah, I like the direction that it's going. I'm just uber intrigued to see how they deploy Mason Man, and I'm going to go back. I know you're going to handle a lot of the film, right? I'm going to do some of the comps, and I'll pull up some of it as well. But I want to do the comps on production and how they get the job done. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate you. Beach. Are people that scared of McCoy now? Yes, I think they are.
Yeah.
I think the league is running away from him at this point. In fact, Schefter's on doing a piece on him literally right now as we speak, because it's the plummet in terms of pure talent. He'd be right up there with Delane.
Yeah. Again, he was my CB2 just based on that. So
just different flavors, right? So right after the Chiefs, Cassius Howell goes, then Kristen Miller goes. So another pass rushing oriented defensive tackle. Miller brings a ton of juice too. He would have been a good fit in Kansas City as well. But a lot of pass rush right in this little pocket.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens with the Dolphins. But this is what I kind of expected. Maybe not the defensive ends I expected to go, but it's commodity is pass rush, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a little bit of scarcity, and the Chiefs needed a pass rusher, a real pass rusher, and they went and got one, as well as the Bengals, who went to get Cassius Howell. I think it makes sense to fit him with a guy like Shamar Stewart, who's not learning the ropes. I mean, who doesn't really know how to pass rush. One thing that we know about Cassius Howell, he can rush the passer. Excuse me, and he's got the hand quickness and ability to do so. So I think it makes sense. People are going to ask if this is our Nick Bonito. I don't think so. Nick Bonito had 34-inch arms, if I'm not mistaken, and he put on a little bit more weight. So it's hard to get to that point when you are one of those guys if you don't have the length. It's just really, really hard. He could end. I mean, I don't want to put it out there because I think that's irresponsible, what I was just about to say, for the upside type of pick, type of player he could be. But there are quite a few defensive ends with quote unquote shorter arms, 31-inch plus, that do end up being excellent players in the NFL.
I'm with you. I'm gonna have to go back and do the comp on Nick. Nick was a guy that I liked, but very similar in one way, in that he was a guy that I liked a lot that I didn't think Spags would ever use. So I was not surprised when he didn't end up in Kansas City. But
yeah,
this whole thing, and there goes the pick is Jacob Rodriguez goes to, is it the Jets? Did they trade
Miami Dolphins?
Okay, so he went to the Dolphins, and now the Jets traded in to the next pick, is what it looks like. Yeah, Rodriguez. Then the Lions went in. It looks like the Ravens have traded out from what I'm seeing. Are you seeing the same?
I'm seeing multiple different things. Cowboys I'm getting two different trades here. The Cowboys are trading D Winters somewhere. The Lions traded up to 44. So they are now on the clock. The Jets went back.
Okay, got you. And the Lions are coming to the podium right now.
Okay, the Cowboys traded for D Winters. Interesting. They gave up a 5th rounder for D Winters.
TCU linebacker plays coverage.
Oh, big shock. The Lions go up and get the guy that I wanted to get, and Derek Moore. He is gone. Bro. That makes it is such a Lions pick. This guy is 100% a Dan Campbell dude.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure the highlight package they're about to show is going to be all power and just bowling over tackles that don't know what's coming at them. Okay. I mean, he's a smaller guy, but he plays with leverage maybe better than anybody else in this class.
Okay, so yeah, I was a little bit off on that, but still, 32.5 is still he's still nearly an inch longer than our Mason Thomas is. So you can do a little bit more with that. But again, I think that there's still upside for him to use his length just well enough. It's just a little bit harder to do it with shorter arms.
I hear you. Okay, let's see here. We got to that one. Oh, Uber.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. And I'm glad you made it back. All right. A little gripe about last night. How can people believe that the Chiefs are great at identifying CB talent, yet also believe the Chiefs somehow overestimated Delaney being great? And you mean Delane. Shouldn't we trust that the best team at identifying CBs? Yes. There was no complaint about them. We didn't say they overestimated his talent at all. we said the overestimate was the trade up to go get him. But after Brett Veach explained that they knew that Mickey Loomis was going to take him at 8, they didn't have a choice. He was a top 5 guy on their board. And it was not that we felt that it was an overdraft. It was an overtrade is what we had originally thought.
Mhm.
But I will say this, with the news that they knew after Tate went that the Saints would take Delane.
Yeah.
I have no problem with them prioritizing and giving up that pick in order to get him.
I think that's the big thing here is that they had a plan in place. They expected Tate to go to the Saints at 7. That was the expectation. And then the Titans went and took him and changed the plan. So the Chiefs knew if they wanted to wait for Delane, they would have to wait until Tate went to the Saints because they knew he could get there if that's what happened. When it didn't, they had to trade up in front of the Saints because when Tate went off the board, they knew that Delane would go to the Saints. So you have to get in front of them. It is what it is. The player's fantastic, and I'm really happy that he's in Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean, that is, and when you look at it, I don't project him to the inside as much as many do, and I think you agree with that, right? That you think he can be just as good inside. I see him as an outside guy, but that's fine. I'm
only going to play him outside. I'm not putting him inside. I'm just saying he's got experience there. But he's 100% a boundary guy for me.
Okay, that's how I see him too. So I didn't count him as the same as McDuffie, but when you look at all the other things, I do think that it is very comparable that they liked what they saw. It was very comfortable because of the time that they had with McDuffie. It makes a lot of sense. So I think it was A, worth it on the talent side and B, worth it on the fit side. So I'm sorry if that didn't come across, Uber. Very happy with the talent. Absolutely. I am a little concerned too that if anything happens with this merit situation, that they're not going to have quite as much ability to develop the position. So it is something to think about.
Yeah.
I don't know if anything's going to appear to it. Andy seemed pretty pissed off about people continuing to bring it up after he told them he's at home with his family and don't ask me again. So I know who asked that question, and I am going to give him endless crap about it. So it's going to be fun. If Zion is gone, let's just take McCoy. LOL. Well, 7-7-10. Yeah. Not an issue at this point. I am a little surprised that Zion's name hasn't gone off either yet. I thought he might be the next guy that has the spark.
Yeah.
Inkstain, welcome to the memberships.
Appreciate
you and for being here last night. And once again, Mr. Uber, thank you again for not only the super chat, but being a member and being here last night and bring a legitimate gripe. So we are happy to answer those. Not everybody's going to agree with us. God knows I don't agree with everybody all the time. This one's super interesting. And I'm going to ask you if you have your board available before I pull it up.
I do.
Okay. Because this is a challenge. So this question right here, feel free to share if you would like to share your board. Your Bernard assessment, is he draftable and when? This is that giant kid from Nigeria.
Oh, he's not on my board.
I put him on at the 7th.
I would like to say that I would draft him in the 7th, but he's not on my board because I'm not putting players with no experience on the board. I'm just not doing it.
Absolutely fine. The only reason I put him on the board is because I want to outrace. I don't want to have to compete as a free agent contract. I just want to pick the guy and have his rights and be done. But Girk, great question. And I'm probably the only person that has him on a board because it is ridiculous for the exact reason that Dan just said. But screw it.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares?
I'm not too concerned, and I will show you exactly where he's at, even though I did zoom in a little bit there. So yeah, right down here at the bottom, and I put him just D-line. I don't think edge is a much more skill dependent position than a DT is. So I just put him as a DT, and that's fine. Somebody's going to bring him in. I don't know if he'll get drafted, but somebody's going to bring him in and experiment and see what they can get. And I think somebody will be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I think so too. Those are the kind of guys you bet on, right? You draft them or you bring them in the later maybe as a priority UDFA, and you see what you can get.
Yeah. And my iPad is dead, so that's a thing. Okay,
I
they are
might
making
need
the
to get one of
selection.
those.
Selection for the Baltimore Ravens is coming in right now. And he wants to be long-winded. He's got stuff to say, so I'm just going to sit here and wait,
Yeah, that
hang
happens. It's all
out.
good.
I'm all for girls flag football. In fact, I'm trying to get Colorado to sanction it as well. So good for that.
Yes.
It's just going to be a
Absolutely.
couple years too late for my girls because they play powder puff for their high school and have a blast at it. I've got a quarterback of a volleyball player, so I would have enjoyed that. And there goes Zion Young to the Ravens just to piss us off anyway.
It's a Baltimore Ravens pick. They did the same thing with Mike Green last year. Mike Green had the Chargers stuff come out, and then they ended up taking him in the second round. And Zion Young is very much a Baltimore Raven. Like, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it is not hard to see it from here. Good for him. I don't know what that organization is going to be going forward. But they're going to be competitive, and I think that the organization, even without John Harbaugh, has enough knowledge to sink into the development of Zion Young, who does need to develop. Don't get me wrong. He's here in the second because he's not near a finished product as a lot of the other guys that have already gone off the board.
Oh, Chef Boy, I appreciate you being here, but you might need to take a step outside, buddy. You're just bringing the chat down. You're bringing it down, man. We're having fun in here. We're having some fun. Zion Young is an interesting player because he plays the way I think every NFL player should, pissed off at the world. He is one of the most pissed off players on the field every time. You guys watched how Ruben Bain addressed getting drafted. I'm taking this hat. I don't care about anything.
I'm not posing. Football. I'm not talking to you.
They're in the same kind of vein. All right.
Yeah.
And Zion Young in Jesse Minter's defense makes a ton of sense.
I agree. Okay, before this next pick, let's get a super chat or two done. Thank you guys for waiting. I'm sorry. McCoy is there at the end of the third. Do you trade up? Yeah, I would be trying to get back into the third now, McCoy or otherwise. I want to get somebody else in the top 100. They had to give it up to get it done. Okay, fine. Trade back in. Looks like, is that Rondé announcing the
it is
Buccaneers selection? Okay. Man, he got skinny, but here.
There's another players go off the board in back-to-back picks. Zion Young and then Josiah Trotter, the linebacker. I'm not sure this makes a ton of sense for what they actually needed in a coverage backer, but he's going to be fun. He's going to be a lot of fun.
Agreed. Man. Huh. Okay. Yeah, he's going to be good.
Still on the board. Jake Galday is still on the board. Anthony Hill's still on the board, and Josiah Trotter is the one that goes first. That's I mean, I had Jacob Rodriguez even after that too. So like, it's interesting that that's the player they get, but he's going to hit you. He's going to fill run support. He's going to run sideline to sideline. He's going to make hits, and that's really what the Buccaneers defense wants to be about.
True. I had him right about the same area as Golday in about a round from now. Okay. Rodriguez already went. I have Anthony Hill as the next guy off the board on my board, the Texas linebacker.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. I'm very intrigued, and good for Trotter. I knew he would go. I just didn't think he'd go this early, but it's nice to see back-to-back Tigers. I hope you Mizzou fans are very happy with yourselves. You should be.
Real talent there. Torino Pride's probably going to get drafted on day 3, so they got another one coming too.
Yeah, and I think Trost goes as well. So I think that's definitely there. Sammy, and thank you earlier. Sammy, if it's not here, are there any middle round receivers that you like? Daniel, take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a ton of guys. that they're going to be able to get. I think they can still feasibly trade around on day 3. I mean, I did have Stribling as a 4th round pick personally. So him going at the beginning of the 2nd round is very 49ers. Let's just say that. And I like the player. I really like the player, but I just didn't have this high of a grade. So for me, I think Reggie Virgil in the 4th round is a fun player and a very Chiefs style player. If they're going to move on from Tyquan Thornton after this season. I know he signed a 2-year contract, but if he's not there after this year, I think if they draft Reggie Virgil, that would make sense. I think he's also a better route runner right now than Thornton was coming out of Baylor. You've got a Jacoby Lane, more of the, again, would signal a different wide receiver, more of a possession guy, a physical player. He's going to block his ass off on the boundary, and he's going to win those contested catches. I like him in that role. Also, if the Chiefs want to just do the Chiefs, Brennan Thompson out of Mississippi State, maybe the fastest, quickest, twitchiest player in the draft, and just kind of see what happens. I don't know, but some bets late in the round. Jeff Caldwell, huge athletic player out of Cincinnati. What happened? Oh, there it is.
Speaking of one,
go ahead.
My guy Jeremy Bernard goes at 47 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I like him. I think he's steady. He makes good plays. Now the Chiefs will have to defend him, but that's okay. Delane's seen him quite a bit, so I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I'm not that worried about it. It's not something that makes me all that worried. But yeah, there's lots of wide receivers, guys. There's tons of them. So yeah, definitely some middle round guys that are there that I like. What about you? You have anybody?
Well, he was the one that I was going to mention
in the mid round. Is it 2 a mid round?
Well, I have him mid 2 is what I was going to say.
Okay.
So this is right about the perfect spot. That's exactly where I had him. He is the best available on my board, followed by Chris Bell. Then it gets into the little guys. I also had Stribling farther down about a round, but Antonio Williams and Zachariah Branch, obviously Branch may fall because of the whole arrest thing, which is neither here or there. Dumb on both sides. And then towards the bottom of 3, before the end of the night, I have Bryce Lance, Elijah Surratt, Chris Brazel, and Malachi Fields all going, and I think Ted Hurst could sneak in there. Where are yours?
3rd round, I've got Williams. I also had Bernard in the 3rd round. Branch, Fields, Skylar Bell, underrated player out of UConn. Deion Burks, I think he's getting appropriately talked about now. I don't think he was prior before the last month. I also have Cyrus Allen out of Cincinnati there too. So there's a lot of guys in this 3rd round if they're going to trade up for. Brazel, I have a 2nd round grade on. And then Josh Cameron, I also have a 2nd round grade on. The only reason I have a 2nd round grade on him is because I like weird receivers. And he's the weirdest receiver in the draft. Like there's zero question about it. He's not the smoothest route runner in the world. He catches everything and he finds space extremely well. He's actually pretty good after the catch for a big guy too. And he would be a really good red zone threat because he does catch everything. He adjusts to the football better than almost any receiver in this class, in my opinion, too. So he's just a fun player that I love.
I like it. Yeah. And sometimes weird is what gives you the advantage,
Yeah.
Be atypical. Okay. I am crossing guys off my board. Feel free. Thank you, Sammy. Beach has got something too.
Yeah, I got you, Beach. I got you. Thank you very much for the 2. Could a next year 3rd get us a late 2nd this year? You would need more than just that. You'd have to use another pick this year too. But I think that what we're seeing is teams are reluctant to trade future picks because this draft is not necessarily full of the players that they're looking for, and they want to keep those 2027 picks. That's how I read it. But I think you would still need more than just that pick to be able to get it done.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Kristen and Cassius. I forgot to mark off Cassius Howe.
Oh, yeah. I'm not doing that this year. I don't care.
Okay. Rock and roll.
Inkstain, thank you very much for the 5. I can live with this draft so far. Not the dream, but I can live with it. And by the way, grab the membership because y'all said you liked my name. Well, that's very, very, very kind of you. Thank you for joining the memberships and contributing a super chat. That's always it's always very nice to see that level of support. So thank you very much for that. I think that I'm a little bit higher than the I can live with it. I guess I'm more excited by it because I think that this does show us some changes in what we should be expecting from the defense this year, specifically on the defensive line. And that has me more excited. I love Mansour Delane like that, just so I'm not going to be so mad about that. And I think that this defense just got 3 impact players. Maybe they're not going to be 2 of them aren't going to be starters right away, and that's okay. But they're going to be contributors this year, and I can see them playing early on. And hopefully Spags learned his lesson from last year.
I hope. And I will say this, the Mason pick definitely surprised me, but it's got me feeling more excited than I was before. Nothing against Woods and Delane, but these are 3 quality players at 3 positions of need. They've scratched off the majority of the list, and they've gotten more athletic in doing it at every single position, which I like.
Agreed.
Mason is drastically more athletic than TJ Parker, who I had as a great fit for the Spags system.
Yeah.
But if we're going away from the Spags system, if he's learned his lesson or Cullen is calling the shots on the front, this is a whole new world.
Exactly. And again, we talked about a little bit earlier, if they're going truly as a multiple defense, where you could be in a 3-4-1 down, you could be in a 5-2, you can be in a 4-3. If we're going to see that, I think that's a beautiful way to go about having this kind of defensive end room and defensive tackle room. You can do anything with it. You can be extremely multiple, and then you can mush rush. You can bring different pass rush packages out. It's a lot of fun. And again, I said it before, it's the most fun defensive line room that Spags has had in Kansas City. It's the most fun.
That's a hell of a way to put it. It is a hell of a way to put it. Okay, here we go. It does appear that the Atlanta Falcons are actually going to make a choice, and you've clearly already. It's not the Chiefs, so I don't care. Go ahead, talk about it. Oh, and there goes Terrell, the other Clemson defender.
The fact that McCoy is falling further than even Will Johnson did is starting to have me very concerned. But they didn't say that having another surgery would be detrimental to his long-term playing ability. No one has said that because it's not. The ACL is fine.
The ACL is fine.
So outside of him just not playing much this year, maybe that's the only reason. If he's not going to be playing a ton this year, but he's going to be just fine for the longevity, why is he not being drafted?
Anytime you have to have a second surgical procedure to do the repair, that's a significant problem. That means that something didn't take and heal right. But they'll also say that we're just going to clean stuff up if you have swelling or additional tissue or something like that. But if they have to do the repair a second time, that does mean that the graft had a problem or the anchor site had a problem. Like there could be some significant things there. I just don't know.
I don't know.
I mean,
I thought it was the same knee graphic. And he's saying it's the other knee. I thought it was the same knee, but it just wasn't the ACL.
Oh, that's a whole different story. I was not aware of that.
I don't know if it's true or not. I was under the impression it was the knee he got surgically repaired. So we'll have to see on that front. I'll check real quick.
Okay. Thank you, Inkstained. Bozzy, does this change your opinion on the Peters pick? I mean, it definitely meshes better, and it does give us a bigger picture. And we talked last week about, the combination of the top 3 picks, 920, 940 is what's going to be important, right? It doesn't change the fact that I still felt like edge was a little bit more important. And I think they should have gone TJ, but I will say this, if they are changing to this more multiple front, this makes a whole lot more sense now because you can see Peter Woods play anywhere. I don't like him as a nose, but he can play from the 1 all the way out to a 7. I've never seen him wind up in a true wide 9, but I've seen him well outside the tackle box. And so that ability to take on doubles and to move around the offensive line alignment and be able to pass rush from anywhere tells me that if they want to run a 3-man front with a 3-4 defensive look, he can man that 5 spot and come out with the ability to get off of blocks, get pressure on the quarterback, and attack the gaps. It's the his ability to take on doubles means
Yeah.
that he can two gap as well. So he is a tweener. And now if you put Mason outside of him, that's just a whole different look. And back to the Justin Houston days of when Justin was well outside and was able to just attack upfield at the quarterback. And I love that concept.
That gives me an idea.
Mm.
I'm going to pull this up while I'm talking about what I just looked up for John McCoy. So the way that it reads to me is that he could be headed for another knee surgery. The ACL itself is reportedly in good shape, but a bone plug used to repair a cartilage defect may need to be replaced. That sounds like the same knee to me.
It does to me as well, because it was a cartilaginous meniscus tear on the same knee. I do know that was part of it. So the bone plug that can be problem, and that can be deteriorative. That's the concern. This sounds like it's a much worse injury than teams were prepared for. Doesn't mean he can't still have a good career. It's just that they're not going to take him with that investment right now because of the outcome and knowing that they have to fix that. Bone plug's a big deal. That has to be completely regrafted and redone in a way that is difficult. Here comes Lee Hunter. A lot of folks had him as a top defensive tackle. He was number 5 on my list. He goes here right about where I had him. In the middle section, right? I had him just above 50, so this is perfect. He's a guy that did surge towards the end of his last season, but isn't the athlete, isn't the penetrator that a lot of these other guys have. He plays off of power, and he brings the nasty though, and he talks a good game. I understand, so you like to have that.
Yeah, I had him around the same area here too, around 50, just under 50. So it makes a lot of sense, especially because the Panthers need this kind of player. They do. I think that Nick Scorton played very well for them last year. He started to really show some upside, and that's the kind of player, again, fits their not former teammates. Excuse me. He played at Auburn. No, Scorton played at A&M and in Texas Tech. So like, they're same kind of player. Like, they're ass kickers, they're run stuffers first. Scorton has more pass rush juice upside than I think Lee Hunter does, but he showed off some stuff at the Senior Bowl that I think what was more as an upside pass rusher, quickness with some hand usage that I really didn't expect to see from him either. Again, that's why I like to go to these events, because I don't always get eyes on these guys during the season, so it's nice to see them in person and see what they do in those kind of situations.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And I like what he brought. Hey, thank you. Hi, Dan.
Hi.
He said hi. So did the 1,200 people watching. Good point, Jay Hatch. Trail brothers playing together. That's awesome. I like to see that.
That's so cool.
I know it's a minor detail, but I think it's awesome. Mallard, I didn't mean to click off of you. I just wanted to pull that up while it was pertinent. If you're the Chiefs, do you take a flyer on McCoy at 109 if he's there, and the Chiefs stay put? Given what we just heard, I don't know that I'd do it with 109, knowing that you have another huge gap on the other side of it.
I'm still doing it. I don't care.
Are you?
Fourth round, I'm still doing it. You have your starters right now. Like you have them right now. You have another year of Christian Fulton. You can afford in that situation again. But the problem is, I would still want them to have 2 picks between now and then before they did that.
Agreed.
If that makes sense. So I would do it if they had more picks between now and then to do it, to waste on a corner, but they don't have the luxury of that.
Fair enough. I am going to have to step out for a second. They got something going on, so I will be back.
All right. I got you. Ryan. Appreciate you, Mr. Mallard. I'm sorry we're late to the party here, Minotaur. Thank you so much for the super chat. And not just super chat, but 10 gifted subs, you guys. Hopefully, the ones that got their gifted subs from Minotaur, use it wisely. You guys can upgrade it and get everything behind the paywall. Unfortunately, the paywall is going to be different here. We're not going to have the film rooms behind that paywall, but the rants and Ryan's rants and some of the stuff we'll do together in the future will also be there. So thank you so much for those gifted memberships, Minotaur. We're not an hour late to start. We've been here for an hour and 20 minutes, and we've already talked long about the R. Mason Thomas pick. PK, nice to see you. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you guys believe FAU will do better in a true hybrid system if we are doing that? I hope that FAU just is healthy. At the end of the day, you're hoping that he gives you anything this year because he got injured last year and he's hopefully going to be fully healthy for the season. And he ended up turning into more of a power-based defensive end that doesn't know how to use power and sets the edge well as a run defender. So I want to see just a little bit more from him in terms of what he can do as a pass rusher with the body type that he's in now. So right now, I'm just hoping you see something because he's just here. You're just a body essentially. The pick 50 is in with the Jets, you guys. They are on the board. I will announce that as soon as it comes up on my screen. So hopefully you guys hang around for that. And again, I know that we have a long way to go before the end of the third round. And there's a possibility that the Chiefs don't pick at all, but we are happy to talk about every single pick and everything that happens here for you guys as well. It will be a lot of fun. And you please listen to the seed. Drop a like, please. It takes 2 seconds and it really helps us out. I really think that, one, it would be a really nice thing to do really quickly for everybody. So thank you very much. This is exactly the kind of Aaron Glenn pick that makes a ton of sense. Corners are starting to go off the board here. A couple here in the second round, and the Jets are going to continue that trend with D'Angelo Pons, cornerback out of Indiana. One of the guys that I absolutely loved in this draft, one of my favorite corners, because he's just a dog. He plays the game the way you want him to. Better tackler than you expect for a guy with shorter arms. Yes, he's small too, but he's a huge athlete and he can play on the outside in the NFL, in my opinion. So really happy to see him going somewhere. I do not have my own channel. I mean, I have a YouTube page, but I don't put anything on there because I don't have time for any of that. But I would really, I've done some stuff with my guy Damian Parson on his YouTube page, but most of everything that I do is here. Caroline, so R. Mason Thomas is there to destroy OBJ when we play the Bengals. Yeah, that's exactly what he's there for those slower guys, but also as a knifer in those hopeful game situations where you get to knife him inside, loop around. I think he's going to be a good looper, someone you can also put inside, have Chris Jones slash or Norman Lott slash. Like there's a lot of different things you can do with this defensive line, and I agree with you. These slower tackles, he's coming for them. Appreciate you, Caroline. Whiskey Bravo, what's going on, man? Ryan is back. See, it's no big deal, you guys. You could stand 5 minutes with me being here by myself.
You the man.
With Jermod McCoy still available with medicals, would you approve Kansas City taking him late and the third or the fourth? Yeah, we did just talk about this, Whiskey, but I'm still, if they had a couple of extra picks between now and then, yes. But they've already drafted a corner. And the resource allocation needs to be a little bit better. What's up?
I just saw the Jets pick. Now I'm pissed. Damn, that's a hell of a pick.
D'Angelo Pons. Yeah.
Oh,
I like their draft so far.
I do too.
They've had a pretty good one. I know everyone expects Aaron Glenn to fail. But I think he learned a lot from that the failure last year. He fired a lot of those coaches that did not work, and he might not live out the season regardless. But I think he's putting together a competent team. And at the end of the day, he might get fired for it, but I think he learned his lesson and is trying to really hard to fix it.
I agree, and I think he's got a chance. I mean, the guy stood up to Aaron Rodgers. He's trying to make the defense better. That's what he can do.
I agree. Ruthless, thank you very much for the super chat. Would you trade back in for Chris Bell? Yes, I would. But again, I want more picks. I need more picks. Like I need more picks to work with. Trading into the second round for Chris Bell requires quite a bit of capital.
Absolutely.
You want to put the noise up?
Oh yeah, is it coming?
So I can announce
I must
the
be
Vikings
behind
pick.
when I walked away. There you go.
Minnesota Vikings select Jake Golday, linebacker out of Cincinnati, who played a lot of overhang linebacker for the Bearcats, who I think is a much better middle of the field will linebacker in a defense where he can use his range, his athleticism to make plays everywhere else. I think he needs to learn a little bit more about identifying run plays, but he's in a great place to do that.
Yeah, he's got to learn to use his hands better. He is a natural take on guy, but he doesn't have the hand technique. That'll come. I think he's a really interesting project.
The Vikings selections so far are interesting, both on defense. Caleb Banks and Jake Golday. I'm not sure where they're going with it yet, but might be fun to see. Might be fun.
Maybe we'll see.
Maybe we'll see. Brandon, thank you very much for the super chat. With Cleveland taking 2 receivers, would you take Cedric Tillman if they would trade him cheap? No. Already injured multiple times in his NFL career. Don't need to take that on. My personal opinion.
No, I agree.
Sorry, I'm just responding to my brother right here.
Cool. I got the next one. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Dr. K. Greetings from the middle of the night in Germany. Guten Tag. In a February episode, one of the first times you were all over delayed and like you would run to the podium. Yesterday seems more cooled. Yes, only because of the trade-up value. And I'm sure he's talking about you because I hadn't looked at Delane back in February.
Yeah, correct. Again, I still love the player. I love that he's in Kansas City. I love that's where they ended up going because I still think that adding talented corners, regardless of what you can do with late round corners, helps everybody involved. So yes, I'm extremely happy. And the reason, again, because they traded up, and when you lose a pick that I still think they needed some players at, a 74, it does bring it down just a little bit. If they were at 9 and he was there at 9, I would have been stoked. I would have been so stoked. But again, because we now know the thought process and what happened to make that not happen, I'm okay with it. I'm totally okay with it. You would like to have that pick, but they gave up less to go up to 6 to get him than they gave up to go get Trent McDuffie. They gave up a 3rd and a 4th to get McDuffie. They gave up a 3rd and a 6th to go and get him. So I'm not that mad.
Yeah. And again, knowing the context around it, it makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
And it's way more digestible. And for the record, and I did point this out last night, but for those of you who weren't here, I actually took Delane in the Locked On host mock draft. So very happy to have him.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Ryan knows what he's talking about. Thank you, Dr. For.
No, I read your chart. I trusted you to know what you're talking about.
Fair point. That's a fair point. It is nice to see that the Chiefs also agree with me, though. That's always a cool thing to see. Tim, thank you very much for the 10 spot here. Dan, do you think Kevin Coleman from Mizzou can be a good fit in the Chiefs receiver room? Sure. He's in my opinion, he's a pure slot. He's not playing outside. He's not really playing Z for you. He's small. He's quick twitch. He can win immediately, but he has a very defined role that is currently in the hands of Rashee Rice and then Jalen Royals when he's not there, if he's not there. So, yes, he would be a good slot fit because he's got great after the catch burst, speed, quickness. He's quick twitch. He can get open against man coverage, but he's small. He's very small, and he's going to get beaten up a little bit on the inside, but that's why he's got to play purely at the slot. But, yeah, it's hard to get pure slot guys in Kansas City because they do have quite a long jam.
That's fair. Would you put him in the same category with Branch and Antonio Williams?
I believe that Williams can play Z. I think his hand usage, and I think he's a bit stockier. I think he can handle some of that. And I think that he played more on the outside at Clemson last year and the year before than Coleman did. That's not 100% informed on me. I didn't do a ton of Coleman film review on Mizzou, more sparse than I saw him at the Senior Bowl. But I do think that Williams can play some Z, but you're just not asking him to play X at all. And Branch is, for me, a wild card. Tons and tons and tons of screens. I don't know what he's actually capable of.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes perfect sense. Here is the Packers pick. If I can find the button. I don't know what he's singing about, but boom. It's a pleasure. It's a speech. Why is everything a speech in the second round? I don't know what's going on here.
I don't know.
Maybe it's not really going slower, but it feels like it's going slower to me.
I think you're right. It does. They have 50 picks to go still, and we've been here for an hour and a half. So
yeah, like Cisse goes to
all right, Brandon
Green
Cisse.
Bay Packers. So yeah, something the league is spooked about McCoy. There is no way to sugarcoat it.
It's it. They are very. They must truly believe that surgery is inevitable, and he's not going to play much this year. That's the only thing that I can see. So I understand the fall. Again, it doesn't change where I have him graded, but I do. Again, they have way more information on the medical stuff than I do, and I was skeptical at first, but because we are still seeing this, I'm believing it now.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's see. Black and gold. Thank you. Wow. So what is the plan for the D line now? Is it evolving? Well, the first thing we can think is that they're going to be more multiple. But I mean, Dan, they don't have the personnel to make a full changeover to a 3-4.
They don't. That's not possible. They still need another outside linebacker. They just don't have it. Unless Jeffrey Bossa plays outside linebacker.
Oh, okay. See, I was thinking Cooper McDonald.
I was not. He does not offer the outside linebacker thing for me. He's a Sam. He's an overhang linebacker, but I don't think he's not somebody that I want dropping into coverage or speed rushing off the edge. I don't think that's his key. So, but I agree. For the most part, they don't have the tools, the bodies to make a pure switch to 3-4. They do, however, have the ability to be multiple and give you looks like that.
Yeah. I mean, when I imagine it in my head, if Tonga's playing a true nose and Chris Jones can just tee off on tackles, he has the speed to shoot the B gap. He can go around the edge, and the outside linebackers will take that on too. Like, I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Yeah. That's all I want. I just want to see creativity with your defensive line. Like, we haven't seen any creativity outside of putting Chris Jones in one-on-ones. Like that's been it.
Agreed. So Ink brought it up as well. Could be a switch to a 3-4. 3-4 is better at disguising the blitz and better against the run. I don't necessarily agree with against the run. It depends on who you have as your 5 techs. But we don't have a true nose tackle. I think Tonga could do that.
He is absolutely a true nose tackle.
And maybe play a weird 3-4 with Woods playing Dontari Poe type. Possibly. I think even if they do want to throw some 3-4 looks, it might be early downs. And they might go to, Woods next to Chris Jones in a 4-man front on 3rd down. Because I think Spags is still going to default to that on true passing situations.
Yeah, I agree. And again, the vast majority of what they do is still going to be nickel. It's still going to be nickel. So that is something you have to remember about this, that yes, their base is still going to be played. Spags still wants to have the ability to play in base as much as he possibly can, but times are changing. You don't have Leo Chanel anymore. As much as you might like Cooper McDonald, he is not a 3rd-round pick with a ton of high upside, athleticism, and power. Just isn't. So you have to get creative. And I think this is one way they can do that.
Yep. Pat McAfee goes off in selecting C.J. Allen, maybe the most Nick Bolton linebacker in this class, to man the middle for the Colts. Yes, absolutely. He can do a little bit of everything. He's a little undersized. He can run that defense. He aligns them. He is a true green dot and a man that can be the solo linebacker on the field.
He was calling plays for Georgia's defense as a freshman, as an 18-year-old freshman. That dude is smart as hell. And I think this is a very, very smart pick for the Colts defense. They need somebody to do that for them. And while he's not going to be the best guy in coverage, I think he's a better athlete than in space than Nick Bolton is, but marginally so, not necessarily like a ton. But the fact that you're getting someone that is going to come in that defense and set everything up, it takes a world of pressure off of everybody else, which is always what you're looking for. So I think this is a really good pick for the Colts.
And I'm super excited because he went exactly where I had him, whereas Golday and Trotter like blew away by around my projections.
I had CJ Allen at the top of the second. I've got Anthony Hill, Jake Golday, and Josiah Trotter meshed here in the second round. So we'll see where Anthony Hill goes, but feeling pretty good about where I had them.
Yeah, that was well done. Thank you, Inked. Appreciate you yet again. Dub Freak, thank you again, buddy. So, gents, in the fourth, any developmental big OTs or wide receiver tight ends? I mean, yeah, the guy at the top of the fourth that I have was once thought to be the best tackle in this class. And I think Isaiah World can still be worked with and salvaged. And as a fourth round selection, I have no problem with that. Would you?
With the next, we got to announce this real quick first.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah. The Philadelphia Eagles just
go. There you go.
The Philadelphia Eagles just drafted their replacement for Dallas Goedert after the year in Eli Stowers. However, he's not going to block like Goddard. They're going to be able to do a little bit more move tight end stuff with Stowers. Very good athlete, better post catch than I think he is route running. I just didn't see a ton of immediacy in his routes. That's something I wanted to see more of in his tape. Not an inline guy at all. Like, he's just not going to give you any of that, but a decent move blocker. So that's something a little bit higher, quite a bit higher than I had him on my board. I had him as a third round grade, but this high upside player, I just wanted more for a guy who's touted as one of the best tight ends in the country.
Got you. This is exactly where I had him, and I agree with everything that you just said. Second tight end comes off the board at 54. That is a depressed tight end group. Or depressing one, depending on
day 3 is where it's at, guys, for tight ends. Don't worry, they're coming.
And to finish Dub's question, tell us about the tight ends and wide receivers on day 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a stacked day 3 for tight ends, guys. We're talking. I was really high on Jack Endries at the start because his Cal tape was excellent, and he did not look the same at Texas at all. His stiffness really showed up. But fourth round player, Dolan Bentley is a really good player. He's going to be multiple inline, move block. You can put him at slot. He catches everything. Marlon Klein, Daquan Wright, Josh Cuevas. There's just, it goes on and on and on and on at tight end. Just a ton of draftable guys there. We talked a bit about the wide receivers, but for me, I think the main guys on day 3, Reggie Virgil. I mean, Bryce Lance probably goes higher than that, but I do have a fourth round grade on him. And Jeff Caldwell out of Cincinnati is somebody I'm pretty high on as a big receiver. Also, Jacoby Lane in that same big receiver mold. So there's a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys. I do like him too. But again, it would just signal a shift in what we have seen at wide receiver. And I'm okay with that. I think they need it.
I agree. And even if it's not signaling that, if it's a 5th round selection that you hope he can grow into a Taekwondo type role or something like that, which I don't think he has the speed for, but a role, like I could see taking a low round pick to try it because I do like the way he moves. Thank you, Freak. And thank you again for the support, as you always do. You should be getting some sleep by now, I think, bud.
That's a good idea.
No, Emmanuel McNeil Warren is not gone yet. And I believe it is 100% down to his tackling. And I think that's the only thing that teams could really take away from him. I think he was a 20% missed tackle rate.
I just didn't see it as like a big issue on his tape. Like I just didn't. Yeah. I didn't see that as something that was a huge negative. But I don't know. I really don't understand. Granted, maybe they feel much better about the safety group in general and not so much about these guys with defensive ends and some of the other positions going first. Maybe this is where we start to see safety value actually start to matter for teams again. I don't know, but 2 were drafted in the first round. So it's interesting to me. I still have I had a first round grade on McNeil Warren. So I'm interested. End of the first round. Like, we're 30 and 32. So but at the end of the day,
I lied. I had him between, and I just do chunks, so I had him between 33 and 35. But still, Stukes is the only other guy I have on the safety board outside of Downs and Thieneman that's gone. So it's just that the whole group seems a little depressed. I bet you he goes here today easily.
Yeah, I would think so. There might be a safety run, to be honest with you. Granted, I still think third round is probably where you're going to see a lot of these guys end up going. I think safety in the third round is going to be pretty heavy, hit pretty hard.
Yeah, that could be. I'm really interested to see what Anthony Hill happens, the Texas linebacker. We talked about corners. We've talked about the safeties now. Sneaky, if they trade back in, like the guy that is the hybrid dude that I'm really intrigued by, but I couldn't do it before the 74th pick, is Kyle Lewis, the Pitt linebacker who's going to have to go to safety. I think he'd be really interesting in the Chiefs defense.
It would be weird to see, though. I'm not gonna lie, really small guy, but he would be fine at safety.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I mean. You'd have to put him at safety, but he has better coverage skills than Shamari Connor, in my opinion.
We do have a trade, not a trade of picks. The Vikings are sending Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles for a third pick, number 98 tonight.
Oh, for 98. Really? That seems high to me. Am I wrong?
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
I think it's right where that, or anywhere from there to 104-ish. I thought early fourth round pick. I mean, the value is pretty much the same. So yeah, this is about where I figured.
Okay. Darkness, hope you're doing good. With all the youth, power, and quickness on our defense, the Chiefs have created the Wolf Pack. I'm calling it. Okay. I'm down. I'm down.
Like it.
If you have a defense worth giving a name, I'm 100% there, whatever that name is.
Yep, I like it. It's fun. It's a fun group.
It definitely is. Dang. Thank you, Darkness. Girk, thank you. What 4th, 5th, 6th picks would excite you at wide receiver, edge, corner, DT? We've kind of talked about that. DT's really interesting to me because I don't know if they would double dip, but there's some really interesting late round like pass rusher types that are Turk Wharton undersized, but honestly, a lot of these guys are undersized. I mean, technically, you could call Woods undersized because he came in at like 296 pounds.
Yeah, I'm just not sure they're going to draft another defensive tackle. And before I give you some guys that would excite me, the Patriots are on the clock and their pick is in.
Oh, hang on.
It is Illinois edge rusher Gabe Jacques. Okay. Spags type players, and I think that makes a lot of sense for the New England Patriots coming off of a Super Bowl loss, building through the trenches. Caleb Lomu and Gabe Jacques just makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. The last edge that I have a second round grade on that's still on the board is Romello Height. 314 probably only, but we'll see where he comes off. Okay, so DT, talk about corners you like, or pick here. Pick.
I will. I'm going to get to edge first because there's one guy that I have circled as a developmental player that would make me excited, and it's Vincent Anthony Jr. out of Duke. High athletic guy, big, physical, long. Like those are the kind of guys I want to bet on day 3. And then, I mean, if they're going back to the corner, on day 3, guys like Takario Davis make sense. I like a player like Thaddeus Dixon because he gives you a lot. North Carolina, he gives you a lot of versatility. He played corner, he played nickel, he played safety in that defense. He played for Steve Belichick at both of the colleges that he played at, as well as Bill Belichick this last year. So he's a very intelligent player, but he's got some technical flaws in his footwork, and he gets stacked a little bit too easily for my liking. But I think you can fix a lot of those things. TJ Hall is just a really, really sound fundamental football player out of Iowa. The Iowa cornerbacks are good tacklers, they're physical, and they execute well. Those are kind of players that I want to have on my team, regardless of not having a ton of upside.
100% with you. Jaguars pick is in. It is.
Holy crap!
Borkercher?
Nate Borkercher. They did the same thing with Brenton Strange. They draft guys that are day 3 players, and Nate is just a really good blocker.
He didn't even make my board. He's not an offensive threat.
I have a 5th round grade for him. A 5th round grade for
Wow.
Nate Borgorser. He is not an offensive threat. He's not a great route runner. He's got some upside as a ball winning player, but he's going to come in immediately and be your tight end 2 and move people in the run game.
Block the hell
That's
out
what
of
they're
people,
going to
yeah.
do. They're going to block people. Wow, that was a shock to me.
Wow. A blocking tight end at 56. There's a reason bad things happen in Jacksonville. Dang. I'm shocked by that.
I know. Again, that was why my reaction was what it was. That it's a guy who just doesn't. He has no production. He has none.
Yeah, I think he was 37th in the class in production. That's why he's not on the board.
You have no production. You've played years and you get drafted in the 2nd round. That's
a hell of an agent. That's what that is. Well done. Holy cow. I am double checking it because I want to see the numbers again. Yeah, I mean,
he had like 170 yards this year. Like now, and that was his highest year of production.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the 20s in production. He's the 25th athletic matrix in the group. Like, he doesn't bring anything.
I mean, again, if you're going to prioritize running the ball, I get it. But this high, you could have got him in the 3rd. The thing about this, too, is that the Jags have a ton of picks on day 2. They have a ton. So they could have gotten him in the 3rd round. And I don't
Easily.
know. That seems like a waste of allocated resources in my mind when there are other places you could go. But again, he's going to come in and be an excellent blocker, pass protector. He's going to execute a lot of different things offensively for you in the run game, in line, on the move. But it's interesting.
Wow. 14th in the class in drop rate. I mean, okay. Blocking tight end at 54. All right. Or 56. Bears are on the clock. Let's see if they do something. I was happy with their first pick. They've only had the one, right?
I believe so. Yeah, Dylan Thieneman. It's a good pick.
Mama would be
Appreciate
happy. Mama was a Bears fan.
Oreo King, thank you for becoming a member over here. We appreciate the support. I don't notice they recognize the name, so it's always nice to see names that become members that I don't recognize immediately. Hopefully we could become acquainted. What's the word?
Acquainted, you got
it. What's the word of that? Acquainted, yeah. Hopefully become more acquainted as we get through this process, and we got the show tomorrow to wrap everything up, and then the Q&A on Monday, which will be full of fun. I'm absolutely sure. So thank you very much for joining the memberships.
Yes, thank you.
And he got an extension. Kellen says that Grenard also got an extension. Let's see what it is here. I don't see it. Oh, $100 million contract extension. We'll wait till the numbers come in, but that is
what's going on in Minnesota? Wait a minute. Isn't Grenard like my age?
You mean in Philadelphia? Because
sorry, because that's where they sent him. They traded
where they sent him.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Isn't he like 28 or 29?
He's a little bit older. I think he's 27.
Dang.
No, you're right. 28.
Wow. Good for him.
He turns 29. Yeah. He turns 29 on May 25th.
Oh, God. Wow. Well done, agent man. Folks, if you need someone to represent you, that dude just did his job.
Go get him. I don't know who he is, but go get him.
I'm about to find out. Wow. You want a free agent analytics advisor? We're your guys. Oh, man.
Pebble, thank you so much for the 5. Thanks for all the effort, RGR guys. The Chiefs are a victim of their own success when it comes to draft picks. We need to live and learn to live with it. So this happens with every fan base. You have hits, you have misses, and that's just how the draft works. Teams will trade up, get players that don't work out. They'll take players that no one likes that don't end up working out. They'll hit some players, they'll hit some singles, they'll hit some doubles every now and then. You hit a home run, but at the end of the day, that's being a GM. It's a thankless job unless you win Super Bowls. And the Chiefs have won Super Bowls, and they still have misses in the draft. It just happens.
Absolutely. Okay, Bears are on the clock here. Looks like their pick's in. I'm just playing the sound effects now.
I like it.
Oh, man.
Come on, Chicago.
Let's hope. The Bears have picks here, 2 picks apart. They have this one, and they have 28 coming up. If there's somebody that wanted to trade out of there for the Chiefs to trade in, Ryan Poles might be that guy.
What do you mean 28? You mean 60?
Yeah, 60, 28 in the round, sorry. 60 overall.
Oh, I understand. I got you. Okay.
Here is the pick.
Jimbo.
Oh, one of my favorite offensive linemen of all time, Jimbo Covert. Brought home the Lombardi in 85. Ornery dude. It is nice to see the Bears fans. I grew up one of their fans, and mom was for a very long time too. Okay, here we go. Logan Jones goes.
I did not have him on my board.
I have him about 20 picks below here. He is a center. He is going to be the new snapper for Caleb Williams. They are trying to get younger, and they're trying to not make Joe Tooney the only guy that's comparable there. I think they're doing a good job. I think Ryan Poles, as a former offensive lineman, understands what he wants. And I think Jones was one of my preferred centers, to tell you the truth. I like the way he moves, and Iowa linemen are always solid.
I will say, just for the sake of reason here, Brandon Thorne had a 5th-round grade on him. I know that the Bears needed a center. They obviously traded for Bradbury to help that out, but it does seem like at this point in the draft, teams are already identifying players that they want regardless of value and just going to get their guys.
Agreed. I'm going to go pull up and see if I can just pull up the centers, because I don't recall in center-only rankings where I had him.
Okay.
I don't generally separate the centers out themselves.
Yeah,
I don't
do that either.
I had him number 2 behind Jake Slaughter from Florida, who is still on the board. Let me wait, double checking that. That might have just been production. No, that's overall. I had him 13 and 14 in the interior offensive line group.
Okay. Looks like the Browns pick is in as well. And before they go ahead and announce it, I'll just say Cody's question here. Thank you for the super chat. If a 3 or 4 transition, what DBs and linebackers? Who spy?
The Browns have made their selection. It is the safety Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. So he's not going to be.
Good pick. I'm liking what the Browns are doing. I'm not going to lie. I really like what they're doing.
I got to look at it again. I don't recall what they did last night.
They double dipped at receiver. They traded back to get Spencer Fano. They drafted Casey Concepcion. They drafted Denzel Boston. They just drafted Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. It's a very good draft.
Yeah, okay. Ball skills. And they're the ones who ended up with Fano. Yeah, that's why I did not think that was a type. Fit. You know what I mean? I did not expect Fano to be their pick. Interesting.
So, Cody, I'll just say this, that the 3-4 transition doesn't affect DBs at all. They're not going to be moving anywhere. Linebackers, you just have 2 on the field, quote unquote 2, because then you have outside linebackers. If anything, it affects the defensive line itself and the linebackers, obviously, because you're changing the number count down there. So you'll have 3 quote unquote defensive linemen, defensive end, nose tackle, defensive end, 2 outside linebackers, 2 middle linebackers.
And so what it would be, an outside like Mason.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to get it's R. Mason Thomas. His last name is Thomas.
Correct.
So as long as he doesn't wear 58, I'm going to be okay with it. But you're going to have a pass rush types, but they still have to turn their hips and drop. So you need two of those guys, and you need two guys that can take on guards, because you're going to get a lot of guards climbing freely on a three-man front. So I don't think Drew Tranquil has to take on anymore. I think Nick Bolton still does. But Boss on the inside would bother me. That's why I think he'd have to be a true will outside, but he's not a pass rusher. So
Yeah,
they don't quite have the personnel, in my opinion.
Yep. I'm with you.
Unless you think Brandon George could play on the outside.
I would need to see more. I just know nothing about the kid.
You are absolutely correct. Okay. Texans are making their selection now. I like hitting the chime. Sorry. Uh-oh. Dan doesn't like it. He already saw it. Oh.
I'm so mad right now.
Marlon
This was my
Klein,
guy.
tight end,
This was
Michigan.
my guy.
Sorry, bro. Now you're going to have to see him in the playoffs.
Marlon
Not
Klein
fun.
it's so funny. He reminds me of George Kittle. And is it any mistake, do you think, that he's a Texan now? Is it any mistake that he's a Texan? Their head coach watched George Kittle over there and said, hey, this guy reminds me of George Kittle. I'm going to go get me one of those guys. And instead of waiting to the 4th round, which I have him graded, I'm going to take him in the 2nd round because I think he's going to be that good. I know what I'm doing right now, by the way. I'm talking up somebody with no production in college about the same thing about Nate Boerkircher, drafting him in the 2nd round. But Marlon Klein's a better football player than Nate Boerkircher is.
Wow. Max Clare, Oscar Delp still sitting there. Roush, Jolie. A little surprised by these last two tight ends, to tell you the truth.
Agreed. No, guys with zero production, and Klein coming off an injured plagued season ends up going higher. Like, I don't understand it. Max Clare is by far the 2nd best tight end in this class. And then there's a drop off there. And they're not even drafting Sam Roush, the elite athlete of the group at his size, higher than these guys. That's weird.
Caroline, you nailed it. Nice to have you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Hope the trip was good. Ethan, overall, how would you rate this draft so far? It's a B for me at this point.
Yeah, I think a B is exactly where I'd be. I'm excited about what the players are. I'm not hugely excited about the trade up aspect. And as much as I like Peter Woods, getting him as a 1st round pick, I still think that defensive end would have been nice there, but they clearly didn't like any of those guys. Like they clearly didn't, and they wanted the defensive tackle. I love Peter Woods. I'm just not sure how I feel about the value there for a defensive tackle. At the end of the day, they got 2 1st round players, and then they bring it back with the speed, explosive type of our Mason Thomas. So B is where I'm at right now.
I agree. And my only trepidation is that transition has to be managed right. And I really want to see how they're going to choose to deploy Thomas in particular.
Yeah. But exactly. Once we see how these players are deployed, we can change our opinions. And that's the whole point of this. They're instant reaction for a reason, right? When we actually get the players on the field, see how they're used, then we can have a much more in-depth conversation about, okay, are they actually changing, or are they just not caring and just doing whatever they want?
Right. That's the key. Or have they just said F it? Dang. So I guess, Ethan, the question is, how do you feel about it? And how do you guys feel about it? Hit us in the chat.
Yeah, put in the chat your guys' grades.
Yeah, I'd like to know what the temperature in the room is. That's awesome. And thank you for the support, Ethan. Very much appreciated. Donnie, Harold Perkins and I do a backflip. I want to see that on film. Harold's the type of guy with the picks that they have remaining. I don't think 109, but beyond that, I think he is somebody that could be on the radar, because this looks to me, Dan, and if we take it at a 30,000 foot level, I feel like the Chiefs are going back to what they were 10 years ago and looking to be more athletic and more adaptive and more, honestly, flat speed as well.
Yeah, they needed to get more athletic. And last year was a great example of their guys just not being athletic and fast enough on specifically at defense. Like they
Yeah.
they just didn't have it. And the effort is great, but if you don't have speed to close gaps, you don't have speed and athleticism to get off of blocks, like if you can't work your hands well enough, something's got to change. And this does seem to be a very direct result of that fact last year.
I agree. It seems most people are on with us. Plus C. I like that, Choro. Be different. I like it. So everybody's feeling decent about that. But Chef is not happy.
That's okay. I get it. Some people are just not happy with it, and that's okay. I know he's upset with it, and that's all right. We'll see what happens in the season. He could end up being right. We don't know. We'll find out.
I'm just glad that they're trying to correct what I saw was a need in the overall athleticism of the roster. That makes me feel better. Here comes the Tennessee Titans. Oh, and by the way, the Bears did trade out of the pick. I said they'd trade out of, just not to the.
You're right.
And there goes Anthony Hill to the Tennessee Titans. Dang it.
That's exactly, again, that makes a lot of sense. They've got Azeez Al-Jair, who's going to be that middle linebacker for them. They have a couple other linebackers on the roster that won't be there after this year, and they're getting their replacement. And this actually, even though they have Henry To'oTo'o, Anthony Hill should probably come in and take his role. I think that's something that happens immediately.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right there. I think he's been living a little bit on borrowed time, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so let's recap. Best on the board. Still have Jermon McCoy as the best on the board because of the grade. Obviously, the medical is what's doing this. I have Romello Height still out there. Dunker Jennings. I had him. I did move him to guard, but I had him as a round 2. Who else? Chris Bell and Antonio Williams. And then I had Nussmeier as a round 2 guy. I know he's got an attitude problem, but I know he can make the throws. And I think if you guys didn't see it, Nussmeier ended up with a cyst on his spine of all things.
Yeah.
Which is what was throwing off his season last year. And if that's corrected as they think that it is, I think he can be more than just an average starter in this league. So we'll see there. That's what I have left in the second. What about you?
Let's see here. We've got second round grades up. All right, Cassius Howell's gone. Derek Moore's gone. Yakus, Young. All these guys are gone. I still have a lot of corners. I've got Malik Muhammad. I have Chandler Rivers, Davis Nigbenosin, all with second round grades. And I also have Zakee Wheatley out of Penn State, AJ Halsey, Jalen Kilgore at safety with second round grades. All right. Max Clare is the only tight end that I have a second round grade on, and he just went to the Los Angeles Rams. This makes sense. Finally,
yes.
Some sanity in the tight end market.
And honestly, they were able to get more out of Colby Parkinson than I think anybody could have. This movement aspect, especially the stuff that he looked like at Purdue, this is going to be a great fit for what is about to become a Matthew Stafford to Ty Simpson transition.
Yep. Tons of tight ends. Tons. They drafted one last year or drafted him, but Max is a better player. Right. I appreciate you, Flash. I appreciate what you're trying to do. We also have the stream up for a reason because we are going to be announcing the picks. So just try to keep it to yourself a little bit. We appreciate it. We appreciate you being here, interacting. Just we would like to announce them.
Yes, please. I have Oscar Delp as the best on the board at tight end. Next, I don't think you agree with me.
I don't. And the only reason I have Michael Trigg at the top of the third is because he's by far the best receiving tight end in this class. He's the best route runner. He has the best catch radius. He makes the craziest catches, and he does a lot of nuanced route running. That's something that I value. He is not going to block, and he does not give an F, basically. So he's only there because of the receiving ability.
Got you. Okay, that makes sense. I'm going to reshare the ticker here. As they're going to commercial break, we'll make sure that you guys still have the info scrolling. There we go. So Bills are on the clock. Dastardly Bills. Addicted. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Some of these people in chat are just miserable people, not happy with anything at all. It does bring it out. Pluses and minuses.
Yeah. It's the nature of the beast. This is exactly what it is. You're going to have fans that love it. You're going to have fans that are like, I don't know. You're going to have fans that aren't. That's okay. It's okay.
Agreed. Oh, that's an interesting one. I'm going to start that one too. If Chris Bell keeps falling, do the Chiefs make a move, Jackson? It's a great question. And I think the injury status probably precludes them from moving up for him, even though he was running on a treadmill the other day. But I think if he got to 109, I think they'd be interested. Do you think I'm nuts, Dan?
No, I think that they absolutely would be interested. I just don't see him getting to 109. But the fact that he is still here right now is interesting. Not a ton of wide receivers being drafted. Interesting is what I'll say about that.
Agreed. And maybe folks think that I'm overreacting to the injury, but I think if they were going to overreact in overdraft an injured player, it would have been Tyson, not Bell. So I think they'll probably wait to sit. And I agree with you. I don't think that he could fall to 109. But maybe the Chiefs are working on moving back in. I don't know.
I don't know. I would hope so. I would imagine they are on the phones. I don't think Brett Veach is just sitting here waiting for 109. I'll tell you that much.
Agreed. Thank you, Jackson. Ross, should the Chiefs trade up, excuse me, for safety or wide receiver in the third? Is there a target that you would like to see them go? Obviously, I aforementioned Chris Bell, but who else?
I mean, for a wide receiver, if I don't know if there's anybody that I'm just trading up for. Maybe the one would be Chris Brazzell. And I know that everyone says just big, fast, tall guy out of Tennessee, don't draft him. He's a route runner. He actually can run very good routes. So, like, that's the one guy. But I'm not trading up for any other receiver in this class at all. I'm just not doing it.
Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. Safety. I'm trying to think. I like Bud. I'm list Kyle Lewis as a safety. I like Halsey. I'm higher on Keontae Scott than you are. None of those guys do I think you need to trade up for.
No.
Because I think Kamari Ramsey, Genesis Smith, VJ Payne, I think they're all going to be there on day 3.
Yeah, I think so too. But especially because we're not seeing safeties go. I have still a good amount of safeties with day 2 grades on them. But it does feel like everywhere else is going to be taking the other positions that are going to fall off pretty quickly, which will push you on the day 3.
Makes sense. Chargers on the clock now. Let's see what they come up with. Bill's pick is in. We'll have that shortly. Not liking Brandon Bean this year. Gotta tell you. Kind of pissing me off.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. He can piss you off every now and then, and at the end of the day, it won't really matter.
Probably right.
Still Brandon Bean.
Go. All right, come on, buddy.
All right. I actually thought that was my monitor for a second, and not you hitting the button.
I like it. Igbinosun goes to the Buffalo Bills. Tell me about Igbinosun.
I'm redeemed. Not a lot of people had a second round grade on Davis and Igbinosun. I don't really understand that. But big, tall, physical, boundary corner. 100% boundary guy. He grabbed a lot in his first 3 seasons at Ohio State. He did much better at cleaning up the grabs and the penalties this last year as a senior. He is one of, if not the best tackling corner in this class. He is an excellent run defender. He comes downhill, makes plays in the run game, and he finds ways to bring guys down. I actually think he's got better ball skills than he gets credit for, but his length added helps in pass defenses. He is not the most athletic guy in the world, okay? You have to understand that that he's just not going to be as explosive out of his breaks. He's not going to be able to keep up with the Tyreek Hills or the really quick twitch guys of the world. That's really not his game. But as a CB2 or 1.5, I think that he's a perfect fit in a team that wants to play more man coverage and still have that zone capability where he's driving down. Really, really smart player too. So I think this is a good pick for the Buffalo Bills.
I agree with you. And ends up 6th in short area quickness matrix and 6th in the hawk rate. He takes the ball away and forces incompletions. Those are the skills that you want.
I think it's weird that he came 6th in the short area because I watched him at the Senior Bowl. He got routed up time after time after time.
See, that's what's really interesting to me. He's clearly a tester.
Yeah, I think that's the thing.
Yeah.
You put him against quicker guys, that's just not his game. Granted, again, one-on-ones are designed to be an advantage of the wide receiver. And if he is a taller guy, so it just takes him a little bit longer to do it. Against on the boundary, I'm far less worried about the athleticism.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm going to tee you up for that one. Oh, that's a great idea, Choro. I'm going to put that on.
I saw that just as you said that. That was a great idea.
That is beautiful. I can't wait to tell the wife or surprise the wife. That's going to be fun. Oh, it's the little things in life that make me happy, folks. Mr. Uber is back. Hey, about my last super chat, I wasn't complaining about you guys talking about Delane. Autocorrect made it Delane. No worries. Okay. I had that happen to my short today, by the way, so I totally hear where you're coming from. I was complaining about fan sentiment. I'm also pretty pleased.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. I was worried that we put it out there like we were disappointed with the pick. Okay, cool. Great. And you didn't have to super chat to clarify that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, very much. Thank you. Looks like the Chargers pick is in. Somebody sauntering to the podium here. I'm not sure who that is, though.
That would be Sean Merriman.
Who ate Sean Merriman?
Sean Merriman. Honestly, he looks pretty good. I ain't gonna lie.
He had to take the glasses off so I could recognize him. Relive it, Sean. Relive it. You're all right. Here we go.
Oh, it just updated weird. Another interesting pick.
Jake Slaughter, my top center, goes off the board to the Los Angeles Chargers. They need to continue to bolster that offensive line. That's not a bad pick. Well done. Oh, yeah, it reloaded because it went to the next round.
Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. All right. We are now starting the third round. Jake Slaughter, I had as a third round pick because he's a center. Like that's really what it is. But this is what we are going to start seeing about this draft. Throw positional value, throw any kind of value out the window at this point. It's gone. There is no more. You have guys on your board, you go get them. It doesn't really matter. We saw that with the tight ends. We're seeing that with centers. Throw it out the table because if you have needs, go and get the players that you need. Like that's clearly what we are seeing right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Jake Slaughter's a pass pro guy. He's very smart. He handles stunts well. He's not a power guy. I think he's best in a zone offense, which is interesting because the Chargers don't really run a whole lot of zone running, but whatever. He's a good pass protector and he understands what they're trying to do with the defensive front to attack him. So that's why I had him over Jones.
It's Mike McDaniel's offense now. They're going to run more zone.
Oh, that's a fair point. I always forget about that. Yeah. I forgot he landed there. Yeah. Okay. So that does make a whole lot more sense.
I'm going to drop out and get some water really quickly, guys. I'm
rock and roll, man. That's honestly why I had Slaughter above Logan Jones, only because of the scheme specific nature of it, which, hey, now that Dan reminded me of that. I honestly have a tendency to forget about Mike McDaniels in general, so that makes some sense to me. Hey, you're back. Appreciate you. Tell me if I got it right. Is it Ishville? Throw me another comment in the chat because I want to know. How do you guys feel about Jeffrey Simmons' comp for Woods? I assume you mean. I don't see him as dominant in take on, but he is very crafty in take on. And I think he has better jobs splitting than Simmons did coming out. Now, obviously, Simmons is a much more progressed athlete at this point. So I can see the stylistic differences there that could grow into being similarities. I will say this. It depends how they choose to do him. This whole thing about going to a multiple front, I'm really interested to see how they choose to deploy him the most, because in 2024, some of his best pass rush snaps were outside, and he's too heavy to do that consistently, much like Chris Jones is. But much like Chris Jones, he can get it done from out there. So how often they do that is really what's going to kind of shade what I think, because I don't think Simmons is a guy that's that athletic, but it's the inside tech and leverage that he plays with, I think, that makes Jeffrey Simmons so good. And I hope that what I saw on 25 Peter Woods film goes back towards 24, where I think the leverage was better. So, hey, not a terrible comp. I hope that he can live up to it, but great to bring that up. And you got to tell me, I need phonetic spellings. Oh, Isvel. Okay, sweet. Priest, I appreciate that. Thank you for helping me out. I am dense sometimes, so hey, it is what it is. Bring me booze. I'm not a DoorDash guy, so sorry, I can't bring anybody booze. Not tonight anyway. That's the way that's going to work. You think Pat is saying get my next tight end? I'm guessing not, because if he was, I think they would listen to him and they would try. And I think the guys that like could have been somebody that he really wanted are off the board at this point. I don't think Delp or Roush are necessarily what he's looking for. They're not as like slippery pass runners as much as maybe Claire certainly and even Stowers is. I think this class is just not that great overall. It's deep, but it's not excellent. So I don't know that that's what Patrick's pushing for. It'll be interesting to find out on how he reacts to the class, to tell you the truth. Seahawks are coming up to the podium to make their selection. Excuse me. My congestion's picking up here. And the Seahawks are going to take there he goes. Wow, even earlier than I expected. Safety Bud Clark comes off the board from TCU, takes the ball away, but you got to live with a couple of mistakes. Playmaker. Exactly the kind of thing that you expect in Seattle. It's not the Legion of Doom. It's more about craftiness and being able to make big plays without necessarily playing with a huge amount of power. Man, that's a fit that's going to pay off. And I had him right at the top of the third. So at the last selection in the second, they nailed it exactly where I thought he would go. And they bypassed both Jalen Kilgore and Kyle Lewis, who I had higher in the safety ranks. So that's really interesting. I think Bud's going to make a lot of plays for them and take the ball away pretty well. He's also going to cost you a couple of things. He's going to cost you a couple of touchdowns. I don't know if that'll mean games, but he's going to make a couple of decisions you wish he took back. In 3 years from now, I think he could be one of the best takeaway artists in the league at the safety position. So it's a hell of a pick by the Seahawks. Well done. Chris, I hope I answered your question. And hopefully we hear a little bit more about what their plan is, because right now the succession does not look like it's on. Beach, with the 210th pick, Casey takes Wilkich Merrick, the other tight end, the guy that kept Max Clare from getting a lot of targets at Ohio State, to tell you the truth, along with, Jeremiah Smith and Cornell Tate. I could see a lot worse things happening. I just don't know, again, if he's the type of guy that can grow into the Travis role, or if they're looking at going back to more of a traditional role for the tight end. I know tight end's important even to Patrick, but I'm trying not to make it too much about being like Travis, because there's nobody like Travis. And Patrick and he have a relationship that I don't know is ever repeatable. They are that unique as a pair playing together. So I could see them trying another bite at the apple at tight end somewhere in this class. I could see them really making a force out of it next year. I could even see them trying to pull some trade for a veteran that looks like they could become a force at the position as well. Sometime this weekend, Kyle Pitts could get traded. I don't know what has to happen to make that happen, but I like the concept. It's just the contract. I believe he's on the franchise tag. I think it's 16 mil. So it would have to come with a contract that the Chiefs can afford in the first 2 years to make sure that they're under the cap. And I think that's probably the challenge there. But Kaczmarek, I'm sure Dan has an opinion on him. We'll get him when he's back. 210, I have no problem. And speak of the devil, I have no problem with Kaczmarek at 210.
No, love it. Kaczmarek is actually, I've got a 4th round grade on Kaczmarek myself because I think he's more of a wide receiver, more of a tight end with upside as a receiver than just a blocker. And I think he's a damn good blocker.
I want to go back to Vel. He had a question about Jeffrey Simmons comp for Woods. I wanted to get your take on it too.
Interesting. I based off what I remember, Simmons was more of a pure physical player. I thought he was a far more physical player than Woods is. So I'm not quite there. Honestly, I'm watching the tape. Movement styles to a player on the Chiefs team right now are very similar. He moves kind of like Chris Jones moves.
Yeah.
He moves kind of like how Chris Jones moves.
Yeah, he gets his pads a little too high half the time.
He does. And it's because they do the same thing. I know what play's coming, so I'm going to shift across the offensive line. I'm going to find a gap.
It's the lateral movement.
They see the game the same way, and they kind of move the same. And I understand why they picked him. Also, we are bringing in a new beer tonight. This is called Tapestry of Obscenity. It is a Bad Dad Brewing Company from Indiana, IPA.
Say the name again.
Tapestry of Obscenity.
Sounds like my Friday night conversations.
So here we go.
Okay. Talk to me, Goose.
If it wouldn't, get everything everywhere, that'd be nice.
Well, yeah.
Sometimes they just do that.
Yeah, it happens. Sorry, Vel. I did not mean to make you have to change your name because I'm dumb. I apologize.
Oh. Ooh. That's good. That's quite good. I like it. It's not overly bitter. I like IPAs now, but I'm not a huge hop person. Like I don't, they can't be punching me in the mouth. So there's a clear hop bitterness. I like it.
Cardinals.
Oh my gosh.
And it happened. Cardinals take Carson back, who, no offense to Jacoby, might be their starter this season.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Nuss really pissed off this league. By the way, you guys will see on my board exactly where I had him. And I think I'm going to take a victory lap on that one, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, that's fair. You go for it, dude.
Because nobody had him right here at the top of the third like I did.
No, I definitely didn't. I had a 4th round grade on Carson Beck. I had a handful of quarterbacks graded above him too, purely on upside. I think Nussmeier has better upside as a quarterback. I think Drew Aller has better upside. I think Cole Payton even has better upside, as well as Cade Klubnik. I think Carson Beck is what he is. But that's exactly why the Cardinals are drafting him. It's exactly why they are. He's going to operate the offense. He's going to, most of the time, if he's pointed in the right direction, make the right throw. If he goes back to Georgia from 2 years ago, that's bad Carson Beck, where he's trying to do way too much and he's going to throw picks and throw picks and throw picks. But if you point him in the right way, you put a run game behind him, which they are clearly trying to do, and if you start him this year, he's going to not lose you the game.
I agree. And honestly, he's kind of a jackass. And I think they need some of that in Arizona. They need somebody with an edge and some bravado and like an effort attitude on the offense to just go take it to him, right?
Yeah, I agree. I've heard some very interesting things about his time at Georgia. That's all I can say.
I have as well. And none of them were particularly upside. So, yeah. But the league doesn't care. If you can win them ball games, they're going to give you a chance. I'm surprised because I think Nussmeier is the better prospect, but
Yeah,
it is
I
what
agree.
it is. Huh. Okay. Well,
I'm sorry, Chef Boy. That's more Ryan's area. I'm not a bourbon, or it's really more my wife's area. I'm not a bourbon person. I'm not really an alcohol like
oh,
that kind of
you don't
person.
like liquors.
I'm not a big liquor person. I've never really found something that I enjoy. So maybe that's something that my wife and Ryan can open up to me sometime. I've been more open to trying them with my wife recently, so we'll see.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, and she's got good taste in bourbon for sure. So she and I have had a dram or two. I enjoyed that. And I want to know what you were telling him to drink because I'll drink it. It ain't gonna be tonight though, because I'm just trying to get my voice through this show to tell you.
I have a question for you though, because the Broncos pick just came in.
Ruh-roh.
And I don't know. Oh, I do have a grade on him. Okay, and I never mind. I was gonna say the name doesn't look
Tyler?
familiar. Tyler, yes. I have a fifth
Yeah,
round grade on him though.
Yeah. I will pull him up on the board to actually I just changed it off the board, but I will tell you where I have him because I think you're absolutely right. He is smack dab in the middle of the fifth for me.
Gotcha.
I don't get a whole lot of juice. He's got good lateral ability and he plays with good functional strength. But I just don't see enough get off there to be a force. I don't think he's a plugger either. I don't think he can take on doubles that effectively. So
do you think that this is a replacement for Cooper? Jonathan
no,
Cooper?
no, I do not. If anything, I think they're hoping he can grow into a Zach Allen because he's got that upper body toss around.
That's fair.
We'll see. I don't know. I think it's a bit of a stretch myself. I had him 2 full rounds lower. But well done, Broncos.
But again, like we said, this is going to just be you take your flavor. You take your flavor and you draft them right now. Maybe that's why the Chiefs were very comfortable waiting until pick 109 to draft because they feel like the guys that they liked are going to be there. And
could be
the Raiders just took another player.
Yeah. Let me hit the bell. Boom.
Kerryon Crawford out of Auburn is a fun player. He's a fun edge player. He's very fun in terms of pass rush. He's just like he's a crafty player. I think like he reads leverage well. He kind of he gets his eyes in the backfield and he does a nice job of just like little hand movements, right? Whether it's you're pushing up to me, so I'm going to push you to the side and create a gap for myself. I feel like he's a very crafty rusher.
I see what you mean, but I don't think he has the play strength to push anyone aside. I think he deflects himself off track too much.
What I mean is like when using their own leverage against them. So if they're coming towards him, he uses it that's what I mean by crafty. It's more of just using the willpower of someone else against them and put yourself in better positions.
Yeah, and he is good at that because he has to be because he can't go through anything. Wet paper mache is going to stop him. So I also had him just above O'Neal as a 5th round selection that the Raiders just took. So more power to him.
I had him in the 4th, but at that point, I mean,
yeah, I mean those are slight differences. It's not like you took a guy at number 9 a couple years ago who can't see the field hardly at all, but that's fine. No big deal. Way to go, Raiders. Sorry if I'm not up to date, but any AFC West teams get players we need to worry about. Well, after back-to-back AFC West selections here, I'm not worried. Are you?
No, I'm never worried about what the AFC West teams do anyway.
I'm looking to see.
I'll be honest with you guys. Like that's how I operate. I don't really care what they do. I'm worried about what the Chiefs do because that's what matters to me.
They were smart though. The Raiders did take Stukes in the 2nd, and I like that fit. He's a player.
It was a bit of an overdraft for me. I still really like him, but he's an older prospect. He is. He's going to be turning 26 soon, and 6th-year player. So there's a lot of experience there. There's a lot of explosiveness. He's a very good football player. I wonder about the longevity personally for a guy that's going to be 26 years old. The talent, the explosiveness, and he was an undrafted player, or excuse me, an unrecruited player too. He was a walk-on, former walk-on.
Oh yeah,
He was something like 6 foot, 146 pounds coming out of high school. He had to put on a ton of weight. So like the work
Holy
ethic
cow.
is clearly there. I think he's an excellent football player. I think I would have drafted him a little bit later. But at the end of the day, if he's a good guy, he's a good football player. He's a good football player.
Yeah, and that's what matters. Other than that, no, nothing in the AFC West that's really bothering me. The Chargers are all right. I mean, they're doing what they do. Slaughter was a decent pick. Who else did they pick up? I'm scanning here.
They had
They had 2
defensive end that
selections
they
today,
picked.
didn't they? That's what I thought. I can go by team, and I'll tell you very, very shortly. LAC.
Sorry, I mixed up. He's a 6th-year player, and he'll be 25 this year. You're right.
Got you. Okay, got you. They did take Messidor in the first, the Chargers did. So that'll help them with their pass rush.
That's right,
We'll have
yeah.
to deal with that. But that doesn't scare me. We good. We all good. Nem, thank you. Anyone around one that got picked that you thought got way overdrafted based on the value or fit? Ty Simpson.
Yeah, Ty Simpson. That's the big one. Blake Miller a little bit to an extent.
Yep.
To the Lions.
And I didn't like Hayden Proctor in the first. I have him as a second round guy. Some people love him, some people don't. I just think he lacks balance and stuff. And if he can get that sorted, he's got great strength and great athleticism laterally. So he just gets beat on the inside counters way too much for me. Here's the Eagles coming up to the podium. $68 already. Okay. Markel Bell. Tackle. Miami, the other guy, played on the left side. Has a tendency, he's enormous. He's like over 6'9". He has a tendency to bend at the waist and get super strung out, but he's strong. And if he can sit back and wait for you to attack him in the pass rush, he generally can absorb quite a bit of power and he can shift you off. But like if he has to go try to reach block, it's over. He might break his neck. I don't know.
He's the future right tackle in Philadelphia. He's going to sit for a year behind Lane Johnson or however long he feels like playing for, and then he's just going to slide right in.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I like that one. I'm trying to.
I think it could be good, but again, you're betting on a lot with guys that are 6'9". You're hoping that he can he doesn't fall on his face every other rep, because that's a real thing. That balance for guys that size and 350 pounds, it's not easy. So no. I mean, he's a good athlete. Don't get me wrong. He's a good athlete for his size. You have to be able to play. So you're right. If he gets extended, he's going to fall over. He's just going to fall over.
Yeah. I had him in the 5th. So clearly, this is clearly people, like you said, that if you like a guy, just go get a guy. Yep. Where it is doesn't really matter to the league this year. I don't know if that's going to be forever, but certainly not right now. So
agreed.
We have some super chats, so we're going to power through here a little bit. What do y'all think about Sam Roush? That's all you, brother.
Oh, yeah. Sam Roush is a fun player. A lot of upside as a receiver, but it is pretty raw, and he does have concentration drops. I think that's probably why he's falling right now. He's got shorter arms, too. For a tight end, just under 31-inch arms, I believe. But he's an excellent blocker. He's a multiple blocker. Can give you real inline reps. He's got the strength, the athleticism, and the size at 6'6", 270 pounds with great change of direction for his size. That's what we have to keep mentioning. The guys that size don't move and test the way that he does almost ever. So that is something very, very keen to be aware of. And there it is. It's funny, we were just talking about Sam Roush because the Chicago Bears just drafted Sam Roush. You've
Bada
got to be
boom.
kidding me.
Sorry, Daniel. There he went. Looks good in the Bears uni. Just saying.
I'm mad right now.
I'm sorry.
Colston Loveland and Sam Roush, stop taking my favorite tight ends.
Well, if you don't think they know what 12 personnel is, they do now in Chicago.
They already did, though. They had a tight end.
But who was it, though?
I mean, it was Komet.
Komet? Yeah. Did he stay?
And they paid Komet. They paid Komet
Did
like
they?
2 years ago.
So they got 3 legit tight ends at this point.
Yeah, they're running 13 personnel all day. 13 personnel and Roma Dunze. That's it. 13 personnel and Roma Dunze.
I had Roush in this round. I just had him lower down. So good value, Ryan Poles.
Man. So good.
Craziness. Okay. I want to give Charo his props here. If I can get my cursor to move. There we go. Hey, it worked. Yeah, I think I will reprogram that. I think my doorbell will let me do that. So that is a great idea. We're going to be all draft all year, all the time. I love it, and thank you for the idea, dude. In fact, I'm screen capping that right now to send to the wife.
I want to hear that when I get to your house in August.
Okay, I'm down. I am absolutely.
My wife's
down.
got a couple of weeks off, so we might be making a trip.
I like it. I will have something set up there for you. There's my guy.
There it
next
is.
49er edge rusher is now Romello Height.
This makes so much sense, man. It makes so much sense.
Damn, I like him. He comes off. Bailey gets all the attention, but whatever package they put up here, he comes off. He hand fights. He uses his length well for a guy who's only 240 pounds. I love what he does. I thought he was severely underrated. They are going to have some fun with him.
They've got Nick Bosa coming off that injury this year. They have 2 guys that aren't really pass rushers. Michael Williams still just more of a run defender. This is a really great pick for them because they need legit pass rush. And Romello Height is a legitimate pass rusher. He's probably going to be more of a DPR for that team, and that's fine. He's going to fit right in.
Yeah, this is about 15 picks behind where I had him, but it's still absolutely great value. And I agree with you. He'll be a DPR to start. I think he will eventually grow into it. I think he's got a frame that he can put some pounds on.
Yeah, I mean,
he'll be all right.
I don't think you want him putting on any weight personally, but
I think he's still explosive enough. We'll see. Josh, my top Mizzou guys are gone. But what do you think about Troster McClellan as a true nose in the late rounds? Coleman Jr., great in the returning game. I think I already mentioned Trost once, didn't I?
I believe you did, yeah.
I definitely have him draftable. I think I have him next in the 4th. I'm checking. No, he's also in the 5th. But yeah, I definitely have him as a draft prospect. I have McClellan on the board as well. I just can't remember where.
Yeah, McClellan's in the 5th for me. I don't have Trost. Oh, yes. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't see him on my board. It's probably just I just didn't get any eyes on him at all. I don't know anything about him. So you guys will see that with my boards. It's not a complete big board of all the players because I don't have the ability to get eyes on everybody. So
yeah, it's funny how the more you know, the harder it is to watch enough to know.
Yeah.
I'll give you my breakdown on him. I got it in here somewhere, I think. Oh, evidently I don't. So yeah, same thing. I have him on the late 3. Oh, he didn't make the board.
Oh no.
That's an oversight. There's the guy I forgot to put on the board. Okay.
I'm sure I forgot other people too, but
I'm gonna change that right now because he definitely has a draftable grade.
Okay.
So MCCELELLAN.
Washington's pick is in.
Oh, that was pretty quick. Hey, Josh, thank you for that, and I appreciate you. And yes, I think there's possibility all 3 of them still go. Definitely both the linemen, and I think Coleman will too. Do you just?
Oh, he's getting drafted. No, he's getting drafted.
Okay, that's what I thought. Are the Chiefs going 22 draft class? Meaning all DBs all the time?
Meaning all rebuild the defense, and they're great out the gate.
I'd love that. Maybe it's
I
just
don't think
more
it's
D linemen than it is D backs.
possibly. You're getting guys that are going to contribute right away, as well as Delane, who's going to be a starter for you. But I'm not entirely sure we can just think it's going to go back to that, because again, as much as I'm excited about the Peter Woods and the R. Mason Thomas additions, they are against the norm for Steve Spagnuolo. So I don't know how they're going to be used, and we have to wait for those to come back, because at the end of the day, you can draft players that I want you to draft. Unless you know how to use them or deploy them properly, it ends up not mattering.
Speaking of deploying your assets properly, while we're waiting for this next selection, check this out. PrizePicks is America's #1 sports picks app. You can get it all right there. The app's really easy to use. You just pick more or less on a few player stats, and you can lock in your lineup. I'm going hockey because it's the height of the fantasy playoffs, and I'm going to double down on guys that I'm already getting performance out of, whether it's Yossi in my league, always putting up those block shots. And I do think he's going to come in on the positive side of 1.5. Bertuzzi is a guy that's really paying off as well. And I think it's very easy. Some nights he can score 3 or 4 points. Plus 0.5 is pretty much a straightforward deal. And there's no better goalie right now than Hellebuck, whether it's the Olympics or every single night. Over 21.5 saves. I'm going with that against Seattle as well. Check it out. It makes life simple because you can just pick more or less. PrizePicks is available in most states, including California, Texas, and Florida. You can follow me on the app too at RGR Football to see all of my lineups and picks that I do. And right now, it's that new user offer. All you got to do is play $5 and you get $50 in lineups. Go download the app, use the code HMA. The link's in the description. You can get there at PrizePicks. Okay, Commanders are hey, every now and then. Commanders are at the podium. We'll see what they're about to do. We might even see it on the ticker first. But yeah, Chris, I think they could like really dedicate trying to rebuild something all at once here for sure. He doesn't know what he's saying. While you were gone, I think Bud Clark came off the board.
Oh, did he?
To the Seattle Seahawks, yeah. And that brings us to
Seattle.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Right?
Oh, jeez. That's dirty. That's a very dirty draft for Seattle. It's a coup almost. Yeah, probably. He'll give up more touchdowns. Touchdowns, but yeah.
That's exactly what I said. He's going to take the ball away for you. He's going to give the ball away for you a couple times.
Yeah.
Man.
That's fun, though. That's real fun.
I think he could put up as many, if not make you not feel the pain of losing 3, for sure.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But it's, again, different situation, different position. But it's what they're doing right now is getting guys that are going to be high executors at one role. And that's a really good way to build that defense. So Bud Clark's going to fill one role for them, but you can be multiple in that way too, because you can play a little bit of nickel and play that one role, but you could also switch out, obviously with Eman Wari, who's that slot, that big slot. It's a very fun system to be able to do that.
Yeah, and they have some good athletes
to
plug in there.
Forever.
This is Mark Rippon, right? Am I wrong?
I don't know.
Mark, coach, enough. It's not your Hall of Fame inductance.
Right?
Here we go.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick.
That is. That helps Jalen.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
Antonio Williams, Clemson wideout, super quick, great in and out of his cuts. He avoids hits pretty well.
Yeah. Tyler Lockett, but
yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure the package here of highlights will show you that he plays through contact probably better than I gave him credit for when I rewatched him like maybe a week ago. So I actually liked him. I think I had him. Where did I have him? I had him as the last pick of the second round.
Yeah,
so
I had him at the top of the third. So we're right there.
I like it. Good for them. That's great. I'm still crying a little bit about Bud, but that's okay. We're gonna be all right.
Good for Bud. That's a
Yeah.
hell of a pick.
Bell said I had to change my handle but it's still me. But the more I think about it, I love our picks. But man, Bay not being a Chief hurts. I know we are all so keyed up for it for so long. And everything that he showed since then, the walk to the stage, his post interviews, like, yeah, it would have been a good fit. I see
absolutely.
that. And Val had another one. Dang, dude. I'm sorry. Change your name and everything. You're still super chatting. Appreciate you. Yesterday I said it was 3 years with you guys. I just realized that it's 4.
Hell
Sweet.
yeah.
Me and my brother are here every Sunday. You guys are tradition. Well, thank you for making that. Say hi to your brother. And thanks for everything tonight and this weekend. We're going to be recapping tomorrow, folks. We're not going to do the whole live thing because my voice will be shot, but we will recap. Bengals are here. They are taking Carrio Davis. There you go. So the first Washington corner goes off the board. Washington corners are like a tradition. He's big, and I know he doesn't get in and out of his breaks as well because of his height, in my opinion. What did you think?
Yeah, he turns like a semi. Really good tackler, and he's going to play off very well. I think he's a better zone than man fit because he's just, again, he does not turn and run and recover well against NFL athletes. Like the clips you're seeing here are just him kind of getting lucky in some of it because he finds himself in better positions against college athletes. I think he was better at Arizona than he was. Obviously, he got hurt last year while he was with Washington, but he's a good player. He's going to be an outside corner for the Bengals, and I think they're looking for singles or doubles with this pick. You're not looking for someone who's going to be, I guess, a huge number one. I think that Igbinosun is that kind of player for the big outside corners. But Takario is a really good tackler, really good run defender, solid player, more like that Charvarius Ward mold type of player.
Agreed. So it looks like we have 2 picks in. The Cleveland Browns traded away our 74, so the Giants now have it. The Giants are going to take the player that would have been available when we were on the clock. So given the board and the way it's gone, who would you be picking right here?
Well, I just saw who the Saints picked above your head. So it's not Oscar Delp because he is now gone. Saints picked – this is a really good pick for the Saints. I am a big fan of what they've done, getting Jordan Tyson and Oscar Delp for Tyler Shuck to combine with Travis Etienne that they just brought in and Chris Olave. This offense with that offensive line can be dangerous next year, like really dangerous. They are putting together a very good draft. Oscar Delp is an underrated player, a lot of upside. He's not the best blocker for a guy who has a lot of blocking experience in line, on the move, very explosive after the catch, but he's still learning how to play.
This is just more confirmation that they believe in Chuck. I don't know if you keep Spencer Rattler around, to tell you the truth. I don't know if he has any trade value, but they're going Chuck. It is not a question at this point.
I mean, at the very least, they are giving him the best opportunity to be evaluated in this season because if it doesn't work out with him, they can draft a quarterback and drop him right into this system. Like
True. So looking at the board, Chris Bell is my receiver 1 that's still available. With Oscar having just gone, I would be out on tight end at this point. Jolly would be my 1 at this point, next available, but I wouldn't take him here. Caleb Tiernan, the tackle from Northwestern, is the best O-lineman for the Chiefs. Oh, yes, right here. You'd have your choice of doing a 2022 thing on the defensive line because both Grayson Halton, the pass rushing DT, and Dominique Orange, the 1 tech, are here.
Yep.
I would be tempted by both of them.
Be a lot of fun to do either of those. AJ Halsey out of LSU, Jalen Kilgore, big options. I'm shocked by the fall of Malik Muhammad personally. I don't understand why he's still on the board.
I had him right in this area.
He just didn't get targeted because he was so good.
Yeah.
Mansour Delane didn't get targeted because he was so good and he went 6 overall. Like I don't really understand it. So that it doesn't make sense to me. The pick is in for the New York Giants.
It is.
It is Malachi
Surprising.
Fields out of Notre Dame. They went to get Jackson Dart somebody to throw the ball up to.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Yeah, he's a chuck it target. And Jackson will do that. Or, yeah, I mean, Dart didn't.
It's an interesting situation with New York. This does seem like a very Harbaugh type pick, though. A Notre Dame player is going to be extremely loyal, respectable. He's going to do a lot of hard work. Like this,
High character.
Yeah, exactly. High character type of pick here. He's a good player. He's not the most athletic guy in the world. He's not the fast guy in the world, but he's a pretty good route runner for his size. He catches everything, and there's a lot of these big receivers. And when you have Malik Neighbors, you're looking for someone to run underneath all that space, and this is what you're looking for.
And he took Arvell Reese. He's going to make him the next phenom pass rusher. I'm ready. And I'm a Jackson Dart fan. I have been since USC. So if they can support him, I'm for it. I don't mind John Harbaugh. I know a lot of people are tired of him, but I'm not. Ruthless, thank you. Can't wait to see Delane and Worthy and Rice in camp. Then Woods versus Kingsley and Trey. Yeah. That's going to get real fast. That's going to be a lot of fun. And here's the thing. He splits doubles well. It's not just take on doubles. He can split doubles pretty good. So I think he will help make the guards working with Creed better as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that this should be a fun situation for these guys. And hopefully iron sharpens iron and they all get better because of it.
I hope so. Who would be your guys' choice? Okay, so black and gold. I would probably, Grayson Halton or Dominique would probably be my choice.
You would double dip it. You would double dip at defensive tackle.
I kind of think so.
No,
because I'm just looking at who else I have on my board that like I would want to move around for. The tight ends aren't there. Chris Bell, I do have concerns about the injury. This is the area where I put both Mike Washington and Emmett Johnson, though.
No, thanks. I can't believe you brought up a running back in this situation.
I know. I just wanted to say I did it once.
That's despicable. Again, I'd be looking at Chris Brazel. I'd be looking at Ted Hurst. I'd be looking at Skylar Bell. I would draft probably all those guys. I would also draft Eli Raridan at this point, the tight end out of Notre Dame. Let's see here. If we're double dipping, I'm probably
forget about him.
I'm double dipping at corner, and I'm taking a guy like Julian Neal or
Muhammad.
I mean, Muhammad is another 6-foot guy, so it's not like a huge issue, but you do want to have some size, I think, in the secondary. A little bit. But I would also be looking at AJ Halsey or Jalen Kilgore or Zachy Wheatley. Like, these are all guys I would draft before I'd be going back at defensive tackle.
You're fine. I just like Dominique Orange a lot.
No, I get it.
Dang it. Thank you, Black and Gold, for instigating. Appreciate you. Inked. Okay. Did some reading on R. Mason. Didn't know he had a nickname, The Closer. Reading good things about him. Started OU, 250 pounds, a 3-star. Sounds like he's a Spags guy in that he comes to work. Yeah, I haven't heard anything negative about his habits or his ability to jump in there and adapt. I do want to take a look because I thought he was a bit of a late bloomer, but that's just what my gut says. I don't have that on lock. So hang on while I look that up.
You're good. Excuse me. Miami's pick is in, everybody. We're just waiting on them to get through with this commercial because they apparently need to have a ton of commercials. Marcus, what's up with McCoy? Teams don't want to draft him because he's apparently going to need a knee surgery this season. That's off season still.
Yeah, in long term, they're a bit scared, is my guess. So, bit of a late bloomer, but not a 1-year wonder. R. Mason had 2 years of solid production. Again, a little bit better in 24, 35 pressures, 9 sacks, but also had a near 30% missed tackle rate. He cleaned that up, got it down to 17, where he had 28 pressures and 6 sacks last season, and a little bit more do everything. I'm trying to look at where they did align him in the B gap on some pass rush snaps, which I find interesting. I did not see that on film.
Oh yeah, I didn't. I'm pretty sure that might have been a misnomer. Don't think that actually happened.
Oh, okay. I'm just looking at PFF snaps, but
Oh, that would be why.
because they're just wrong.
It seems a bit high for Caleb Douglas too, who just
Oof.
went to the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah. Wow.
Big receivers are going right now, guys. Big receivers are in.
Dude.
I mean, I like Caleb as a 4th round player, I think. No, I had him in the 5th. I had him in the 5th.
I don't think he made my board. I got to check. I had 26 receivers on the board. He did not make it.
Yeah, I don't know. This
Did
is
he have production gaps?
he had 800 yards last year. 7
That's
touchdowns.
solid.
It's interesting.
Oh, yeah. He ended up 28th, and I put 26 on the board. So he was really close.
Okay.
It was the
Yeah.
drop rate. It was the drop rate that crushed him. He was 44th in the class.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh. Yeah, that's not good.
No, that's
That's real bad. Wow. This is not going the way that I thought it would go at all.
agreed.
Very, very interesting. But again, I'm not moving on my grades for these corners. I have a lot of day 2 grades. I'm not entirely sure where they're not going, but especially because we're seeing a lot of guys that I have ranked as like day 3 players going on day 2. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what exactly the criteria may have changed. I got Antonio, he's off. I got Kieran and Romello. Cario. I got Delp, and I got Roush. I'm almost caught up, man.
There you go.
Getting Malachi off the board right here. And then Caleb was not on there, so I don't have to do that. I feel like I'm missing somebody, though. I got Markel. All right. Steelers are on the clock and at the podium. They're going to talk for a while because, hometown and all.
Yeah, but I know who they're picking, so it's fine.
Oh, so does everybody else. Okay,
Yep.
so
I didn't even see that. I was gonna guess Drew Aller.
So Nuss continues to fall. I think this is a stretch. I am not an Aller fan. I think he's an unfinished product. I did have him on the board, but not for another 2 rounds.
I had him in the 3rd, so this is exactly where I had him. Nussmeier rubbed people the wrong way in interviews and the injury and the cyst on his back. So I'm not surprised by the fall from Garrett Nussmeier. And I'm also not surprised that Drew Aller is the pick. High character guy, lots of talent, just never really could put it together at Penn State. And he's staying in state, going to Pittsburgh. It all makes sense.
Good point. I mean, as we sit here, and thank you guys for hanging out with us.
Yeah,
I know this is difficult when the Chiefs are not expected to make another pick yet, but looking at this, I feel really good about what they would have had available to them had they stayed at 74.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for them, but that also means that there's going to be a lot of options in the 4th round.
Yeah,
like that's kind of how it feels, and that's why maybe they felt okay taking the 3rd round pick and going up.
Yeah, maybe. Addicted, question for you. If you had it your way, would you train these kids coming out of college to lessen or how would you train all these kids to lessen the soft tissue injuries in the league that have been played in the last few years? Well, honestly, there's a number of ways. And the thing that I always found in my practice, but I have to say, I have been out of the training game for over 10 years now. So I am not the authority that I once was, where I was doing all kinds of crazy cutting edge stuff. But I will say this, the overload training that a lot of conditioning programs do now is not necessarily about training the neurological interface with the muscle. And I think that's a big deal because I think you can overload the neuro impulse that forces a really hard contraction, especially in a strange or elongated position on that muscle mass, that forces a pull. And I think part of training is plyometrics, but it's also about general stretching and elasticity of the muscle fiber. And I think that's part of what's missing in modern training for a lot of them, not for everybody, because some people do it right. And I think obviously Bobby keeping Patrick in the shape that he's in is the exact opposite, where he's always training for elasticity of the musculature, because that's part of how he bounces back from injury so well. So that's probably what I would focus on. Addicted. Did you have thoughts, Dan?
I was curious your thoughts on this, because obviously times have changed. Soft tissues seem to come from change of direction. Feels like today is much more predicated on change of direction. Wide receivers, running backs, even quarterbacks being able to change directions has become such a high priority. And games, guys back in the day, was more physical. I'm going to run through you instead of run around you. Do you think that's played into how often soft tissue injuries are becoming apparent in today's NFL?
Absolutely. And it's called a contralateral contraction. When especially like the hamstrings, are trying to slow down a joint like the knee as you're decelerating into a cut, and yet you're trying to accelerate the other way at the top of the hamstring and extend your hip, right? So it takes more elasticity and more unconventional training is what I would say. Less linear movement, more radical rotational movement. And I think that helps.
Well, the Packers take another Mizzou player off the board, and Chris McClellan, defensive tackle. I had a 5th round grade on him. We are seeing a very common theme here. Grades don't matter. They don't matter at all. Teams are taking whatever they want, whenever they want.
Yeah, I agree. And I did put him back onto the board, folks. I had him in the 5th as well, which is where his original grade would have been. So yeah, a little bit early for me too, but glad he got another Tiger in there. There's no Jayhawks going. I don't know if there's going to be a single Jayhawk drafted, so most likely there will not. So Mizzou was way ahead this year, and good for them, and good for Chris McClellan, because I think he puts in some good work. Colts are on the clock here. Oh, looks like they just came off the clock, and they're going to make a pick. Falcons are on the clock. So we should have the Colts here rather shortly. They're showing you. Okay, I was confused. They're showing Drew Aller yet. Colts are on the clock.
They're all over the place, man. They don't care about what's actually happening in the draft. They just want to talk.
Right. PK, thank you for the support, buddy. Do you guys think that the reason we didn't trade back for a wide receiver yet is because Royals might be the plan after Rice, Worthy, and Thornton? He might be, but only the team knows, because we haven't seen anything of him.
This is what I'm doing, guys.
Yeah.
I'm hoping and praying. I tweeted this out a little while ago, about like a few months ago, about how the Chiefs are probably more confident in their wide receivers than you are.
Right? They definitely are. I'm going to unshare this because, ladies and gentlemen, we have a bit of a treat. Our guy Damian has been able to join us. Nice to see you, D.
What's going on, fellas?
What up, man?
It's been a very weird day 2 of the draft.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
I don't really even know where to start with this whole thing.
What's pissing you off the most? What's pissing you off?
Like, where the receivers, man? Like, good Lord. We have like 17 tight ends. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? It's been insane to me personally. Because I'm like, a lot of these tight ends are not going to be playing prominent roles besides maybe some blocking and special teams and things like that. So I'm like, why wouldn't you just have this run in the 4th or 5th round, and whatnot? So yeah, and then seeing Miami take Caleb Douglas, I had like a 5th round grade on the kid. Like he's a solid player, but for a team that has arguably the worst receiving core in football, I don't know if that's my first wide receiver pick off the board.
Right? So, there's a ton of talent left, right? I mean, Brazzle, even Branch. Would you take a shot on Chris Bell?
Yes, absolutely. Especially in his territory, 100%. Yeah. I would take a shot at Chris Bell. Then you have Skylar Bell out of UConn, who's a good player. Route running, speed, athleticism. Man, it's Ted Hurst out of Georgia State who went out and balled out at the Senior Bowl and everything. I just like, and I get it, like when every time you have a position group, we saw this was it last year with the running backs. When you have a position group with that type of depth, it actually hurt the class because, well, if we view you, like I'll wait. Like if we view a lot of you guys as like 2s and 3s, we'll wait till end of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th and everything. So I expected there to be a bigger run, and Miami was a team that I felt like, hey, maybe you take one of those two first-round picks and grab you a guy in round 1. And they decided not to do that. Instead, they waited until 3rd round, and it's an interesting decision there. So we'll see how that plays out. And there's nothing against Caleb Duggan. I think he's a solid player, but just I don't like one thing I don't like doing is like taking players who would be more of a depth piece that you develop. Like, because for the fan base, like the fan base is looking at it like this is our first receiver off the board, so he's going to play a prominent role now, right? Like, you're throwing on some unnecessary pressure onto a young man. Not saying that he can't live up to it, but I don't. What
do you go 75th, right? Like he should be a contributor.
Exactly.
Not waiting to develop.
Fighting for that, like he should, like, because what he really is to me is more of a wide receiver 4 or 5, you know what I mean, that tries to fight his way up the depth chart and everything, rather than coming in and be like, well, is he out one of our top receivers? And I don't even know if you look at the receiving core, I don't know if he's one of the best guys on the team. So it's just interesting.
It's a challenge, folks. For those of you who don't know Damien, I don't know what you've been doing. He's on Locked On NFL Draft. You know him from all over the place. He covers Clemson. And just so everybody knows, AJ Halsey just went to the Colts. So they're taking Muscle Hamster, I call him, this year's version. So I know our fans are super excited. For those of you who don't know, but I know a lot of you do, that Dame covers Clemson as well. So I think the mixed reaction last night to Peter Woods has softened now today to, oh, wait, this is going to work. It just doesn't look like we're used to. So the big question is, what happened to the defense in 25, and how much of it was Peter Woods affected by it or affecting against it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. They changed D coordinators. I think it was Tim Allen or Tom Allen came in from Penn State. It was Penn State's DC, came in to bring in a new scheme and everything else. And honestly, it didn't work. A lot of Clemson suffered. Their players suffered through a lot of bad coaching in 2025. Not setting guys up for success. Danny can tell you, I scouted the LSU game in person. I was there, and I just watched them sit in soft zone coverages while LSU threw screen after screen after screen, and the DC never adjusted to it to stop it. And it's like that. So your D line can't get pressure because the ball is coming out. Just fast food basically. It's just immediate. And everything. So a lot of you have a 6'1", 305-pound defensive tackle that Clemson decided to play at nose, while they have Devontae Capehart, who's 6'3", 320, and you're playing him more of a 3-tech 4-eye. And I'm like, this doesn't make sense. So Peter Woods was getting a lot of double teams. He was dealing with stuff that you shouldn't be dealing with, and overall, to where it's just hard to have an impact when you're out of position. And I would tell, Chiefs fans, I remember last year, Walter Nolan, watching his tape at Ole Miss, it was the same thing. They had JJ Pegues at 330 playing 3-tech and 4-eye, and they had Walter Nolan playing 0 and 1. And it was just, hey, slant and create chaos. Walter, and then Walter goes to the Senior Bowl and he tells everybody during media interviews, I'm a 3-tech. And he openly says, I'm a 3-tech. And it was like, in college, one thing you have to understand for those listening is that these young men are not being coached to the pro game. They're not being utilized to the pro game. they're being utilized by college coaches who are basically just coaching against college offenses, and you think you can outsmart another O-line coach by putting your quick guy at zero tech. And they're like, well, that's fine. We're going to double him. Like, just simple as that. We're going to double him. So the effort with Nefa left, talking to sources there. I remember texting one of my sources a couple months ago during the season about him. And he said, man, I asked him about the character of Peter. And he said he's a first guy in, last guy out type of guy. He's a pro. He works his butt off. His work ethic is unmatched, and he wants to be great. And I think I told Dan, I'm excited for him going to Spags, because Spags is one of those defensive coaches I have so much respect for. He knows how to. I like coaches who know how to press the right buttons for players and know where to put players, man. Like I hate seeing guys miscasted and misused and everything like that. So Clemson's it was a train wreck this past season. And to the point where, if I'm not mistaken, I think the entire coaching staff outside of Dabo has been fired.
That's what I thought.
I think he fired everybody, which is crazy because sometimes you got to cut the head off the snake to get better.
Yeah.
And we'll see how that plays out, because he's got some more talented kids for next year. And if you ruin their draft stock, yeah, like somebody's got to do something. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Peter Woods is a really good player. Outstanding player, quick-handed lateral movements. You can they run twists and stunts, and he's at like 2-eye, and he swim moves, and he's on the opposite side of the center, and you see the quickness with him, but then you see the power when he gets his hands fitted. He can control the offensive lineman, but you got to put him in it's not that he can't anchor against double teams. That just shouldn't be his job. He's 305 pounds. And to be honest with you, he's built similar to Nnamdi Madubuike for the Ravens. It's a similar build and play style to me. And I was like, let's put him in that 3-tech 1 situation. You get upfield. You're alongside Chris Jones. You're not dealing it's. I think he's going to have that kind of Mason Graham revelation, because Mason Graham at Michigan was being double teamed, while teams didn't care to double team Kenneth Grant, the 340-pound nose tackle. It was like, screw you, I'm doubling Mason because he can wreck this game for us. Now Mason goes to Cleveland and he's alongside Myles Garrett, and now he gets to see what it's like to get 1-on-1s for the first time. So I think that's going to be a big thing it might even be a shell shock moment for Peter Woods, because he hasn't had that. He's been the guy. So I think he's going to be good in this defense. I trust Spags with him, and I think they're going to find ways to get him going.
Nice. Folks, if you need more information, go hunt down Damian everywhere he is. Locked on NFL Draft first and foremost. But I know everybody. Dan, I didn't mean to hijack your conversation, but
you're good.
I had to go to Woods because I had him to myself for a bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what you should have done. You should talk about that. That's why he's here. And then for everything else, man, we're seeing some crazy stuff happen. Jacoby Lane just goes to the Ravens. It's a good fit, but again, I feel like these wide receivers right now, the big guys are going. All of them are the big receivers are going, and we've seen reaches at tight end. We've seen reaches at defensive line. It feels like we saw how weird this draft was going to be, but we are clearly seeing teams identify players that they want and saying, I don't care about where they're graded. I don't care about anything else like that. We're just taking them and putting them in our teams. And then the Jaguars had been doing this again, and they do it again, and they draft Albert Regis out of Texas A&M. What's going on?
Man,
I had him in the 6th round.
Same. I had him day 3. If you had told me, hey, today's day 3 of the draft, how it's played out, I'm like, yeah, you're right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, this is right. But this is day 2, rounds 2 and 3, and the value to me in this class coming into tonight, I looked at edge, corner, and receiver. I was like, and interior D-line too. And I was like, man, teams could really, if you got multiple picks in this on tonight, you can come out stealing like a bandit. And as I was just, telling Ryan, the first receiver Miami takes is Caleb Douglas out of Texas Tech. And I was just like, wow.
Yeah.
Over Ted Hurst, over Jacoby Lane. over Elijah Surratt, like over guys with better pedigree and different things like that. Like, for Jacoby, I love the fit with him going to the Baltimore. I would have liked Ted Hurst there a little more.
Guys are still on the board too.
Yeah, and I think I have an idea of why. It's the people, question the maturity because of some like just stupid decision he's made, like not doing like getting anybody in trouble or nothing wild, but it's like, hey, driving on a suspended license. Just be an adult and go to court. You know what I mean? Just go stand and take your judgment and just whatever. But like I tell, like some people on Twitter like live in their high and mighty mode. Before I got into this, I worked in like behavioral health and stuff like that. I saw court cases all the time. It was just like, why didn't you appear? And it was like, I was scared. Like I didn't know what was going to happen. I'm like, so you didn't go and you wonder what's going to happen now? Like, like just people make bad decisions. So I always give people, second chance. But I think also like that's why, I dropped his grade over at Bleacher Report is the lack of creation after the catch.
Yeah.
And with him being such a speed threat, an explosive threat, good route runner too, but living it too high, how do I neutralize you? I can play two man under, and I can kind of bracket you and keep you from making a big impact. And so then it's like, okay, can we bulk you up a little bit? Can we make you a little bit stronger to deal with contact in the at the line of scrimmage and things like that? So I think that's what's causing it overall. And teams, at the end of the day, teams always looking for a bargain. Teams rather they rather wait. I was on Ray's show early, and I was like, yeah, teams are like NFL teams are like old women, man. If they can clip out some coupons and and get you two for one, buy one get one off, like they'll do it. They'll do it in a heartbeat.
And then they do stuff like this on guys they could have gotten in the 5th round, and they're taking them in the 3rd round.
They will do it in a heartbeat. It's just like, yeah, like the fact Deion Burks is still on the board, one of the most explosive receivers, gives you inside out versatility and yak ability. And you can't tell me that it's because he played at Oklahoma. At Purdue, he faced Michigan. He went 1-on-1, like toe to toe with Will Johnson, a healthy Will Johnson. He gave Will everything he could handle in that matchup. And that's when he really got on my radar, was in that matchup. I was like, yo, look, this young man can play. So I think teams are just trying to wait and get the best bargain, at wide receiver. But teams like the Dolphins, who have the worst receiving core in football, I don't think you need to be looking for a bargain. You need to be looking for talent. Because right now I feel really bad for Malik Willis. I feel terrible for Malik because it looks bleak over there. Like
it's a desert.
100%. And there's not a water bottle in sight,
Nope.
like there's not a water bottle in sight over there, man. They still got some picks tonight, to see what they do. But after that first quarter, that's your first receiver you select. Like you're telling me what you did early in the draft makes more sense than getting Mekhi Lemon or Denzel Boston at the end of round 1. Like, I could have got another corner later, So it's just very interesting.
Oh, Minnesota Vikings make a selection here.
Wow.
Big Orange goes up north.
They're doubling up on defensive tackles.
Yes, they are. Wow. You know what? This is insurance.
Yeah,
this is insurance.
This
Two
is a
bites
good
in
pick.
the
Really good pick. We just drafted the guy in round 1 who's coming off 2 bad foot injuries.
Right.
Like
Just in case.
and he plays with bad pad level. So
I just gotta say, like, would expect more corners to be going in this
same
on day 2 than have gone. Malik Muhammad is still on the board.
Mhm.
Now I think this pick is more of the scarcity that we've been talking about. There aren't very many defensive tackles, and maybe that's why some of the other ones have gone higher. But Citrus is one of the best in the class, specifically from a one tech and pass rush perspective with that physicality and quickness that he brings. So, like, this makes a lot of sense for the Vikings, but they could have used corner here too. They definitely need some help there. So I would expect a corner run to happen pretty quickly. I wasn't totally shocked that Cario Davis went off because the Bengals need to have stability on the outside. And Tacario is a big physical outside presence. He's going to tackle well. So
I was just shocked he went over I went over Ephesians. I felt like Ephesians
me
tape
too.
was better.
Ephesians, again, he graded higher out for me too, and I think he's more talented, pure than Takario Davis is too. But Davis is a much better tackler, like pure tackler too. So I think some of these NFL teams are just going to value that a little bit more, and that's exactly why Davis and Igbenogson went at the end of the second round. He's an excellent tackler, and these big corners are with that ability are going higher than I think people expected them to.
Yeah, definitely.
Daniel, I'm sorry to tell you, Chris Braswell is now off the board.
There you go.
To the Titans.
What?
No, that's the Panthers.
That's the Panthers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's wrong blue team. Dang.
What? You brought back Coker.
Yep.
Right.
Well, I'm not super high on anyway. So, I mean, I think this could be an upgrade long term. But it's like if you go out, you imagine 11 personnel. Who's like, is Coker going in the slot and Brazel's playing outside? Okay.
Yes. Coker.
I think this also is a situation where I swear the Panthers in their receiver history of drafting. This reminds me of when Cam was there, and they drafted Kelvin Benjamin and Devin Funchess. They had the Twin Towers. That you think about the receiving core right now for Carolina. Tedororo was what 6'5", 6'4", 6'5".
6'5", yeah.
Brazel 6'4", close to 6'5". Coker's what 6'3".
6'3".
Like
is he really?
Yeah. He's a big dude. He's filled in, he's strong, and everything. And then you have Jimmy Horn Jr., Xavier Legette to 6'1", 220.
I don't think Legette's gonna be there long term.
Legette's probably gone tomorrow. They might be pulling the trade tomorrow, getting him off.
No wonder the Chiefs aren't drafting a receiver. They're gonna trade for Xavier Legette.
Nah, listen, I still think unlike unlike Jonathan Mingo, I still have belief that Legette could go somewhere and be productive. I never, I think that I told you I didn't like the fit in Carolina from the get-go. I didn't feel like he fit the way Bryce played. You'd look back how he excelled at South Carolina. Spencer Rattler was uncorking the long ball. It was a bunch of deep throws down the field. And high pointing and tracking and being fast and big and physical, to where now we have to play in a more structuredized system, and you got to play with more timing with a Bryce Young who doesn't push the ball and stretch the field. So, and I don't know if I like this fit, because Chris Brazel stretches the field outside the numbers, down the field, and that's where Bryce is not really good at throwing unless he throws it out early. So it's
iffy.
Yeah, I wanted Miami to make that pick. Miami made that pick. I'm like, Malik Willis throwing the long ball to Chris Brazel off a play action. Sign me up for that.
I'm with you.
Yeah, this is definitely, hey, Xavier Legette, we're getting you out of here. This is definitely, shipping out Xavier, but maybe there's hope for Jimmy Horn to be that smaller, dynamic, change of pace type of receiver. He's just got really bad drops, and that's been the problem for him even in college. At Colorado, he had bad drops. The last time he was on the field, he dropped the ball to end the game against the Rams in the playoffs. On fourth down. So very interesting draft strategy there. But I hope we get a run on receivers now. Please. There's some good receivers on the board that should not still be there.
Yeah. The same with corner. There's a ton that are there that shouldn't be there. Granted, the two guys that I have with second round grades that are there are Chandler Rivers and Malik Muhammad, but the rest of them are still on the board with the third round. So we should see a couple of runs here over on both of those spots there. But we don't want to leave our super chatters waiting here. Thank you very much, Battery. With the two, are we seeing a league offensive shift to bigger wide receivers? I think what
That's a
we're
good
seeing
question.
right now is with the run game coming back, you want to have big receivers that can block on the boundary. If you want to spring runs on the outside, you want to have bigger guys out there that can block. And Jacoby Lane with the Rams makes a ton of sense. He's going to be physical. He's going to be a really good outside blocker. All these guys are going to come in to their offenses that want to run the ball, and they're going to be asked to block a little bit more. So I don't know what's necessarily shifting because quarterbacks want to throw the ball downfield to bigger guys. It's because the offenses are saying, we want to run the ball a little bit. You have good hands, so let's get you on the field so we can block a little bit more.
Absolutely. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think heck, prepare you for 27. It's not going to be any different. The top guys in 27 class are all like 6'3", 210, 215 as well. So you're going to see a bunch of other big wide receivers coming off the board early next year. But I definitely think that to Dan's point, like, you got to block. You can't get the rock if you don't block, man. That just is what it is. And having these big body guys that can seal off the perimeter and things like that, allow the running back to cut up on the perimeter, whether either inside or outside, and get on, get upfield in an open space. Like those are invaluable traits to have, like guys who really want to block. And so yeah, I definitely see that. And they're QB friendly receivers because if they utilize when you're 6'4", let's say you got 32, 33-inch arms, and you think about just, hey, I utilize my full frame to make catches. I can put the ball wherever I need to put the ball, right? In terms of the area code. Wow. Okay. I like that.
Well, the trend continues. There to the Buccaneers goes Ted Hurst. So he is off the board as well.
I was just around early because I moved them up in my rankings. I was just around.
There
you go. You're doing all right. I'll tell you this. The other thing that stands out to me is guys that used to just be basketball players 10, 15 years ago are now trying to stay on the football field longer. They're trying to bow up and take a little bit more beating. So I feel like there's more big bodies available, even at the high school ranks, to try to come up as well.
No, absolutely. I think so too. A lot of these receivers you're able, and you know what this also, I think, is this was a discussion point a couple years ago that I was making because I started to see a trend. And I feel like the NFL, I think they're starting to devalue receiver to an extent. If you're not a blue chipper, right? Like if you're not one of the top guys, I'll take you in round one. But if I view you as more of a wide receiver 3-4, I'll wait and get you, right? And in this class, we just saw 2 6'4" guys come off the board, right? But it's like I had second round grades on both of them, but they teams like, I'll wait to the third and get you. I'll wait to the 80s to get you because you probably don't come in as a immediate impact player, right? Like the guys I'm taking in round one, the Mekhi Lemons, the Casey Concepcions, even the Denzel Boston in round 2 for the Browns, those guys are expected to come in and make immediate impacts to their teams, right? Where now, hey, we bring you in, Chris Bradley, you're not the one. Like you're not even the 2. We got Coker. You're the 3. Or you're
like you said
before,
and like you said before, with the run game coming back in, 11's losing percentage and overall play call in the league. Yeah. So you're going with 2 wide receivers more. You're going 12 personnel more. So it makes more sense that you can't make that same investment you made 5 years ago.
No. The way that defenses have capped offenses from the explosive plays, and that's why the offensive schemes are shifting to more run game. Because I think it was 7 to 8 years ago. Matter of fact, I will blame the team of the podcast I'm on. It is you guys' fault because of the whole Tyreek Hill thing and teams trying to play cover one man and single high safety and middle of the field close. And Andy Reid's like, perfect. Tyreek Hill, let's show them why they shouldn't do that, right? And and it kept happening over and over again to where teams are like, you know what? Let's get out of this. And because think about it, the way we've shifted the scouting safeties, we aren't like drooling over the Ed Reed archetype and Earl Thomas archetype anymore. We're not looking for that guy. We're looking for the guy that can play too high, that has the instincts to rotate down in the cover one and robber and get in the middle of the field and make big hits and separate ball from body, but also bait you in the throws and everything like that. So that's where the league has shifted to. So now you see more two high shells, whether it's quarters, cover two man, under, different things like that, to where it's like, you know what? Like, we're not letting, because I think it was like 7-8 years ago, because of you guys again, it was the A dot and everything, the yards per attempt was over 10 yards per team.
Yeah.
Per pass. And then sit in the last couple of years, it's just continued to drop until it's like 6 to 7.5 yards per attempt per pass. And it's because you can't get over the top. Teams are putting the cloud, they're putting the cover over you now. So in that case, well, you know what? We're gonna run it. And the defenses have gotten smaller. You got a lot more. You have a lot more safeties converted to linebacker. You see a lot more 235s, 230s at the linebacker spot. Guess what those guys aren't accustomed to? That 315-pound guard climbing to the second level with bad intentions. So let's run the rock, and I think that's where we are right now. And listen, we used to be a proper country where running backs mattered the most. And I feel like we're getting closer to it. But I feel like we need to make that full shift. When Jamal Lewis was dominating the league for 2,000, we need to get back to that. You know what I mean? Not, I know fantasy football and betting makes is what it is, but that's what makes the most sense. But I like the most important
position, right, in fantasy football.
Man,
let's get back to it.
We had LaDainian Tomlinson, Adrian Peterson, 31-year-old Curtis Martin was out there just carrying the ball 400 times. You know what I mean? And we're now it's no, we don't want bell cows. We want to pay quarterbacks all this money. I'm at some point, we're going to fast forward in about 3 or 4 years, and it's going to be man, the first ever 100 million APY quarterback. And I'm going to be sitting there looking at my computer screen you're never winning a championship again.
Right.
While that guy's on your roster. The more we pay the quarterbacks, the less window you have to win typically, unless you have a Mahomes, a difference maker who not just physically is a difference maker, mentally he's made up differently as well. Whereas me and Dan are Piston fans, right? And oh my God, the Dolphins are pissing me off.
All right. Before you get going, we've had 3 picks now. The Steelers picked Dalen Everett, cornerback out of Georgia. The Browns select Austin Barber, tackle out of Florida. And the Miami Dolphins just took Will Kazmarek, tight end out of Ohio State. They're tight end 2. I thought I was high on Will Kazmarek. I had a 4th-round grade on him. And here we are in the 3rd round with teams just saying we are going to run the ball, and they're telling you they're going to run the ball.
Yep.
I want Malik Willis to just boycott this season. Give the money. Go back to free agency. You can get the money back. I don't think it's worth it for me to go out here and play for you guys in 2026. This is not. Wow.
It's not what he signed up for.
Caleb Douglas and then Will Kazmarek. This is insane. I'm gonna try to give him some grace. Maybe they were hoping a Ted Hurst and stuff was going to fall to them right there, and 2 receivers went back to back. Jacoby Lane, Ted Hurst.
They drafted Caleb Douglas over Ted
Hurst ahead of both of those guys. So you know what? You're right. I can't give them. I would not be giving them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea what's happening here.
Well, maybe they figured they're not going to have Will throw more than 10 times a game. That just may be what it looks like.
Willis, you are definitely throwing
triple option. We're doing triple option, guys. We're bringing in tight ends they can block.
I'm handing it off every time if I'm a league. I'm not taking the beating. Here you go. H-hand, you and Ollie Gordon about to carry the ball 400 times a piece, buddy. You're about to be worth that contract extension because, dear God, I don't know,
help
man.
You.
It's just it's such a weird situation that we're seeing right now because, again, I would argue the corners that are on the board are better than the players that are being drafted in large part. So I think I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe it's the scarcity stuff because the blocking tight ends are going. Nate
Yeah.
Gorkircher went. Marlon Klein went. We're seeing, Will Kazmarek went. Like there's the blocking tight ends are going. So maybe it's we're seeing scarcity of we can't wait on blocking tight end this year because everyone's starting to take them. We have to take these guys now. I maybe we have to wait on corner. I don't get it.
Where did you have what grade did you give Borkacher? Like where did you have him?
I had him in the let me see.
Because I think he went didn't he go in the second?
Yes, he did. I had him in the 5th round. And
I didn't have him on the board.
His production, it's not there. He had like 170 yards this year, and that was the highest he's ever had in his career. He's a blocker, first and foremost. Yeah. And there's not a ton of pass catching upside there. He's not an overly athletic player. He doesn't create after the
you know what this is? This is Tip Ryman all over again to the Arizona Cardinals. Early.
Yep.
3rd round. This is Tip Ryman. Just that really good blocking tight end who you hope, hey, maybe we can get some delays and different stuff like that to get him some easy touches, but it never actually comes to fruition. And plus, you got Trey McBride, so why would it anyway? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the linebackers are so much better athletically anyway. You can't afford to wait on delays.
No, you can't, especially if you're not a fast starter. So, I think I think what we've been saying is true. I think we're about to see kind of a renaissance in the sense of running the football, right? Like and just like being physical and everything like that. McCoy, the bone. When the bone plug thing came out, I was like, this scares me.
I didn't know what
I didn't know what it meant.
I didn't know what
I didn't know what that meant.
I thought the timing of it was extremely
suspect.
Convenient and suspect. So, but now we're seeing him still here in the 3rd round. So yeah, they're clearly very scared about I think it's more about him missing this year than it is about longevity, personally. The ACL is fine. But they're like, well, if you're going to miss another year, well, why am I drafting you? It's 2 years in a row you're not play football. I'm just not going to draft you.
Yeah.
Well, while we're on him, let's knock out a couple super chats here. So at 109, it still seems like it's a risk, Sevens. Somebody would have taken him if they were comfortable with it. I think this might be a really bad situation. I don't know.
He's probably the first pick in the 4th round. I would bet he's the first pick in the 4th round.
Yeah, after the reset, unless somebody's super scared and maybe they just all medicaled him out. I don't know. But Vel had the same question. Would you take him here? Meaning 109. And I just, you have a big drop off now because they gave away 148. So I probably wouldn't take the risk here either, especially when you got Delane first. I'm not going in there, but yeah, I understand what you're saying, Val. Like 2 lockdown corners is certainly worth it. Thank you for the support, pal. Appreciate
I'm just going to say no Williams is a lockdown corner. I'm just going to say it. You don't have to double dip at corner here if you don't want to. You gave away, there's 2 picks gone. You have no Williams. You've got Delane. You don't have to do this here if you're the Chiefs. However, the fact that he's on the board, it is concerning. It is very concerning.
It's very concerning. Shout out to the Jags getting Emmanuel Pregnon in the 3rd. I thought he had a chance to go back around 1. I love his game, especially in the run game. So this helps like the Bashul Tutons and Chris Rodriguez over there in the run game. Physical dude. And I'm not surprised that he slipped because when you look at how much McVay and Shanahan influence offensively it is around the league, he's not a zone fit. He's a power scheme blocker, and it's not a ton of teams that run that, to a heavy extent. So kind of it made sense in that regard.
I had him almost around 40. So it was certainly a tumble. There's enough power left. I think somebody should have been. So they got a good deal. Good for them. They got the bargain. I could use a bargain.
I didn't expect to see him come off the board this early, but I like it. I like him. I feel like as Dan as me and you have talked about many times, and the information I've relayed to you, LSU was an absolute nightmare. In 2025. So I feel like he was like this was a guy that I don't want to do this to him. Forget it, I'll say it. Because I feel like there's upside with him, but if the Bears, if this was the old Bears brass, they were gonna Velus Jones this kid. Like run hand. I mean, don't get me wrong, like LSU did that to him too. Like they heck at Clemson, they were like he lined up in the slot, they were pre-snap motion him into the backfield and run inside zone and duo. And he has a very natural feel for running the football. Like contact balance. I think he's a sub 4.3 or like high 4.3s. He's an explosive athlete, shifty, everything. Losing
he broke
DJ
4.3.
Moore. Yeah, so losing DJ Moore through the trade, right? Like that left a spot open. I wondered if they would find a shifty guy. And I mean, he's going to Ben Johnson. And I think Ben Johnson is one of those guys that I trust with an archetype like this and everything. Because just in case if Luther Burton got hurt, do we have somebody that could do similar things to Luther Burton? Xavier Thomas does. He has the movement skills to do it.
The 49ers just did the most 49er things possible. Overdraft the running back on day 2 because this is just what they do. And I like Kalen Black. I like him, but at pick 90,
wait a minute.
they drafted
is he RB3?
I think so.
RB3.
Wow.
Here's another bit of information. There have been 7 tight ends drafted on day 2. 7.
I want to jump out of my
7.
I want to jump out the window, dude. Like I was on the stream with Ray, and like as those tight ends kept coming off the board, like I just kept losing more and more life in my body. I was like, "What is going on? Like, why is this happening right now?" You know what I mean? I was like, the only one I really liked was Sam Roosh. I was like, "Oh yeah, he's gonna replace Cole Kmet." I was like, I love that. You know, I was like, this makes sense. The other ones, like Nate Borkacher in round 2, I was like, what are we doing? I was like, why?
Eli Raritan's still on the board too.
Yeah, Justin Jolie still there. Who else is still on the board at tight end?
I mean,
Endries, Trigg,
Michael Trigg and Reardon. Trigg, Reardon, and Jolly are the 3 that I have 3rd round grades on. But I had a 4th on Klein and Kazmarek, who are now gone. Obviously, the 5th on Borkacher, who's gone. But it's a weird draft, dude. It's a weird.
It definitely is. Carson, to the point.
I understand some stuff, but Jesus Christ.
Carson, to your point, with all this going on, just stay at 109. Everything's going to be fine.
Yeah. Trust me.
Appreciate you.
Somebody's good is going to fall to you at 109.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to stay put. Red Wing found you while fun after my car in 19 AFC Championship game. Well, good job.
Nice.
You've got to entertain yourself somehow. Still my favorite Chiefs coverage. What's your favorite day 2 pick so far? I mean, best pick?
Ooh.
I really like Bud Clark to the Seahawks.
Yeah,
I really like that one.
Yeah, I like that one too. I definitely like that one.
It might be the most fun pick of the entire day 2. Because again, what Seattle's going to do is say, hey, guess what? Your role is this. That's all you have to do. You don't have to be all over the place doing everything for everybody else and trying to be the main guy, because they have everybody else locked down. They have positions locked down. Like that, it's gonna be so fun for him to just go in there and be that one. You do this. But I still think Marlon Klein to the Texans, in my heart of hearts, is I was right to think that he plays like George Kittle. I was right to think it because of where he landed.
I really like Pons to
go. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I love Pons of the Jets too for England, but
100%. I was about to say, I'm gonna go back to the 2nd round. The Texans moving up the Acaden McDonald. Oh my god!
Yeah,
like,
that too. We talked about that. It was like, well, that makes sense.
Because I think somebody traded out after that pick. I don't know who. Somebody traded out and traded down right after that, and I was like, they probably wanted McDonald, and
it was
the fact that they just So I was like, seeing that, I was like, okay, that makes so much sense. Love that pick. I would say I love the Christian Miller pick, the D tackle, Georgia going to the Saints.
Yeah.
I always say you don't draft like I'm not going to say the first part I was about to say. I don't want these fans to hate me. But
we want you back.
You're right. I'm not going to say what I was about to say. But you draft to win your division. And I remember I remember listening to, I can't remember who said it, but it was like back when like the prime of the Patriots, and they like this was before Josh Allen. They like the AFC East was terrible, and it was like they're not drafting to beat the Dolphins and Jets and Bills. They're drafting to beat Peyton Manning. You know what I mean? Like Bill drafted for Peyton, and then like, whether it was at Indianapolis Peyton or Denver Broncos Peyton, he was drafting to beat Peyton. And so, like, when you don't have divisional competition, you draft for your biggest nemesis, right? So the same way, like the Bills have done that. I feel like the Bills have drafted to try and overtake the Chiefs. You know what I mean? Because it was like, well, nobody is in our division up until this year. Nobody in our division has been a threat, and then they've had some slugfest with Drake May and the Patriots, right? So you draft to win your division, and the Saints did a good job because everybody in their division runs the football. Carolina, that's the basis of their offense with Dave Canales and Bryce. Run the football, play action, easy and manageable down the distances. Tampa Bay runs the football when Bucky Irvin is healthy and the offensive line is healthy, right? Atlanta, you know what you're getting with Bijan Robinson, so you better just be prepared. You know what's up. Like it's Bijan's show. So getting a guy like that, I really like Zion Young to the Ravens too. Like, again, like I wonder, hey, Mike Green, what are you gonna be doing this year? Like because you brought in Trey Hendrickson and then you bring in Zion Young, and it was like, is Zion gonna be rushing from the interior on third downs and we rush you off the edge? Is he gonna be that kind of Jason Pierre-Paul, Matthias Kiwanuka from those NASCAR packages with the Giants? So it's been some good picks overall. That putting Avion with his brother, I love that. That's just like a storybook situation. You know what I mean? And I think like talking about communication being on point in that secondary, like that's brother to brother communication in a secondary.
Yeah, you don't even need anything.
Right. It's just like, hey, they just give you eye contact. It's like, okay, I got you. I know exactly what to do. You know what I mean? Everybody else has to communicate, but we just had that brother telepathy thing going on.
Easy. Whiskey, who would the three of you target to trade into the end of round 3 for? What would you give up? Who's on the board that you just want on your roster?
I need to see who's even on the board. Because I don't even know who's even available right now.
Well, you ain't gonna like my board, but
well, mine's not gonna be helpful because I'm not crossing people off.
Oh well, shit. I guess you're stuck with mine.
Let's see. Trading back in to the third round. Looking at some stuff here. I would probably not gonna lie. Well, no, because you guys have what's his name? Taekwon Thornton.
Yeah.
I was looking at Bryce Lance for a second. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna argue.
I was like that's tall, long stride, 4'3" athlete. Yeah, I'd like that.
Yeah. We've carried 7 wide receivers before, you remember, so we're not scared of that.
This is true. Tayshaun Barham. So Cowboys got another edge rusher.
I don't know if he's going to play edge.
I don't think he will. He's probably going to off-ball.
I was expecting him to, if the Chiefs were to draft someone like him, he'd be their like Leo Chanel replacement. That's kind of how I feel about Barham. But for me, I'm trading up to get AJ Halsey out of LSU. He's one of the guys that I think is.
Colts got him.
Did they? I must have not been here when they did. Okay, well, good. Yeah. And then they knew what they were doing.
Say good.
Right now, there's not a ton of guys that I'm trading back in for. Like,
no, not really. Well, I'll say this, because especially with the situation that you guys have, certain teams can do this type of stuff, certain teams can't. The Chiefs absolutely could. I would trade back in and get Chris Bell, and I would stash the heck out of him. I would stash the heck out of him, and like, you know what? Yeah, like because you talking about being able to put him, because you could truly put him in the same that power slot Rashee Rice role, but you get way more bang for your buck, way more explosive, more top end speed, also more physical too. That's where the
And
AJ Brown comps come from.
yeah, he's not going to be the next
Yeah.
year anyway. So, like, I don't think that
Yeah.
he's going to be in Kansas City
Yeah.
past this year. So,
God damn,
That's
that
gonna
makes
work.
sense too. Why is Jalen Kilgore still in the butt? There's a lot
I don't
happening.
know.
I'm just not really understanding.
This is what I'm saying. None of this makes any sense. You've got Kilgore still on the board. You've got Malik Muhammad. There's Kamari Ramsey, but that's because he was played nickel this past year, and he's not a nickel. He's a safety, and
Yeah.
that dropped his grade. And none of this makes any sense. You're seeing people that should not be going on day 2 go.
Yeah. I mean, and even this last pick, kudos to you, Mizzou fans. Keegan Trust does go off the board, but 2 rounds early off of my board anyway. So hey, enjoy.
I think he's a guy that probably might get kicked inside to play guard too.
Yeah,
more than living outside as a tackle. And it just when the Rams are happy about it, Sean McVay is much more happy with this pick than he was with Ty Simpson. That's for sure.
Yeah, he did not like that pick at all. But it's just Trey Zoon goes too. Like he went a few picks before to the Raiders. He's going to play center for them. This is like a Graham Barton situation. A guy who plays tackle for Texas A&M, a good athlete, a good mover. He's going to come in and play center. Like that at least makes a little bit of sense.
He went to the Raiders, you said?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. He was listed as a center.
Wow.
Here you go. Yeah, they pulled him as a center. So, Whiskey, there's some guys that we would do. Again, 109's sitting pretty right now, as far as I can tell. So I think we're in pretty good shape. Dub Freak, appreciate you. I know it's very late in England, so cheers to you. So with the wide receivers and tight ends that will be gone, who's still on the board would make an impact? I think Bell, although it might be delayed, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I still like as a late round steal later, Trig or Koziel could do something for you. Dan, you like Reggie Virgil, right? And Jeff Caldwell?
Yeah, Reggie Virgil in the 4th round for sure. I think he's the better of the Texas Tech receivers myself. And I know he's a slot only, but Cyrus Allen out of Cincinnati is also very fun. Still Deion Burks on the board, Skylar Bell, the other Bell on the board. Any of those wide receivers, again, if you want to take a chance on Bryce Lance, just kind of stash him with Tyquan Thornton still there. You can do that. At tight end, I mean, Justin Jolly is still on the board, and Eli Raridan is staring you in the face. He's my tight end 4 in this class, and he's still on the board. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe it's because he's 6'6" and thin. Maybe. But, I mean, on the 4th round, we're talking about the Dolan Bentleys. Dolan Bentley is who I would have earmarked. If they're taking tight end at 4, he's the guy I'm looking at because he's going to play in line. He's going to be a really good zone beater. He's got a good first step after the catch. He's not like the most dynamic player in the world, but he catches the football well. And I think that he's a multiple blocker for you. Like he comes in immediately as your tight end 2, and then you want him to learn that post route, post catch stuff from Travis Kelce because the beating zone stuff is all there.
Yeah, I would like especially for KC, I think Skylar Bell would be a great fit in that offense. He could play the Z spot, he could play the slot. Quick twitch guy, quick mover, route runner, tested well. He was dominating the Shrine Bowl practices before. I think it was like a hamstring flared up on him while he was running routes and stuff. But then he competed at the combine. I think he did everything at the combine, did all the testing and everything, and showcased how explosive he was. So I think that's one of those guys where you just kind of, you always want that. To me, receivers are a spot you always want to add to the well. You know what I mean? And you allow guys to battle it out and see, let the cream rise to the top, see who's going to be your guys. And I'm always about competition at the receiver spot.
I like that one, especially because Bell graded out Athletic Matrix number 4, folks, and the Air Force metric for contested catches and missed tackles force came in number 3 in this class.
Oh boy,
that is a hell of a combination. So yeah, that's on the board.
I love me some Skylar Bell, man. I don't get it. I don't know why he's still. I mean, I get it because it's a deep receiver class and it seems like, hey, again, value and everything. And
I had him top of
wow,
4. Was I too low on him?
what is Miami?
It's
Well, the Chris Bell dream is dead because the Miami Dolphins just selected him.
it's so weird where this kind of stuff happens, right? Why was he not first over Caleb Douglas?
Yeah, that's you're doing it backwards. Oh wait, it's like it's Miami.
You know, that's God. Okay. I mean, I listen. I get it.
This is whose
I
line
would have
is it
done
anyway?
this if this was my third receiver because I'm like, I know that we might have to pup list you. Like you probably not playing the first 6 games of the season, and we have the worst receiver core in the NFL.
It just didn't make any sense.
The 2026 NFL draft is whose line is it anyway? Where the picks are made up and the points
Yo.
don't matter and the grades don't matter. Like it's just what it is. None of it matters, dude. Just whatever
This
happens,
draft
happens.
is a full-blown fever dream. You hear me? Like this is a fever dream.
You could have given me 1,000 attempts at the Dolphins selections. I don't think I would have gotten any one of them right.
No, me either. Me either. I like it. I like Jacob Rodriguez. I do have the concerns with his arm length and his ability to tackle in the alley. You know what I mean? Against NFL ball carriers and stuff like that. He's got a shorter wingspan. So it's like, I think when you look at what he had in front of him at Texas Tech this past season, he had a big defensive line that kept
He was
him
clean most of the time. Yeah, exactly.
he was clean. So it's like that could be a different situation going to the NFL, and now you got to take on blocks, and now you have to block shed, and
you want me to do what?
Right? And being in the Carolinas, like Luke Kuechly is Hall of Famer, but that was one of the things that was the issue with Luke Kuechly coming out of Boston College. It was like that was not his game to take on run blocks.
Yeah,
he was super instinctive, great in coverage. He could snuff out toss sweeps and all that stuff, but it was like, hey, you know what? They're running downhill. That wasn't his strength.
There's another tight end off the board, everybody. Eli Raridan finally goes to the New England Patriots, who needed this type of player in their offense.
Yeah. This just feels like a Patriot.
There you
go. Like, he just feels like a Patriot, man.
Dub Freak, thank you for your super chat. We appreciate you. Got 2 more, Dan. We'll cover that. Position groups, I don't care. I just want a good player at this point because I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't care about position group as long as you're drafting good players at this point, which you're going to find quite a bit. At 109, I'm good. I'm happy. They got 3 5th round picks too. Like, let's go.
Yeah, and Michael, you had a good point here. Thanks for being a member. We appreciate you. Puts Beach in a much better light after the rest of this day too. Yeah, I mean, making a priority for the guys that you wanted to have at 9, 29, and 40. It makes sense versus what we're seeing now.
Absolutely. This has been I don't even know what to call this draft so far.
I'm just trying to
it's
figure
like
out
a drunken keg party to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the grades happened. Like, what did the scouting teams just say? Hey, we're not going to be giving you guys grades this year, but this is who we would draft.
No, this feels like the GM or the decision makers. Like, hey, good job, scouting this year, and we're just gonna do what we want to do. Like,
yeah,
and it was like, oh,
well
okay,
done, go away.
All right. Like, I'll never forget the first time I met Patriot scouts at the combine, and I always tell people this. Like, this is while Bill Belichick was still there. They looked like the most unpleasant group of people like I've ever seen in my life. Like, I just kind of like I felt bad, like I'm just like watching them and like we exchange pleasantries like how you doing, like nice to meet you, stuff like that. And but yeah, you just like watch their body language. And it was like it's just like watching. It was like looking at scouts who knew no matter what they said, it didn't matter. Like it's like they knew like, hey, this report we're turning in, like, what is it really like? What does it do? Like, like he's gonna do what he wants to do on draft night anyway. It was just like Then you
He
get
don't
Cole Strange
care.
in the first round and Tyquan Thornton in the second. And it's
Yeah.
like, and then when the things like that happen, I remember I was like, you know what? This is why they look like this. They were
Steelers-
lifeless.
Man, the Steelers just keep doing what the Steelers do, drafting players
Yes.
that they like. Jennings Dunker, now formerly of Iowa, born and bred to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. He's going inside for sure. But I mean, this is the physical type of player that that Pittsburgh wants. It all makes so much sense, guys. Like, they drafted Dalen Everett as well, who is going to be a really nice CB2 for them, with the physical nature, the man coverage instincts that he brings, that get downhill mentality, wants to tackle. Like, they just keep drafting players that make sense for what they do, even though they have Mike McCarthy there. Like, it's like infused into the Pittsburgh water.
It is a steel town. It ain't changing. I mean, the hair though. Who's the guy who was in Tampa Bay last? The other redhead, long hair dude. I can't remember.
Oh, is it Cody Mock?
No, the guy before that, Ryan Jensen. Ryan Jensen.
Oh,
Jensen,
that's the guy. As soon as I saw him move, I was like, "Oh, that's just a reincarnation." You might as well put him in the uni now.
Yeah, this is this draft is this would be one for the ages. I don't know if I've ever sat through it. It's on every narcotic possible. Like, every narcotic.
Yeah, it's the weirdest one I've ever sat through.
I'm just like looking and like, man, I know that I said value in the receiver, but Jesus, I didn't mean like you don't draft them. I mean, like, yes, there's a lot of receivers left. Like, does not mean we just ignore that they are there. And it was like, feels like that's what's happening right now.
I will say, I'm going to take a small victory lap because it's going to happen. He's going to get drafted here at the end of this third round. But Keontae Scott is still on the board because he's a nickel-only guy who is probably best at linebacker and can't cover. So that is something that everyone was talking about. He's going to be an early top 50 pick. Here we are. He's still on the board, but that's not really all that notable because corners are just littered everywhere right now. There's so many.
That is a fact. But no, I saw that. I thought, I was like, man, he's still on the board. I was like, well, kind of fits. Like, it kind of fits with what you were saying the whole entire season, like during meetings and stuff. Like, best.
Here you go. Here's a good one from Caroline. What do you guys think?
I mean, he can play anywhere. We're talking safety, corner, and nickel. Like, I don't know if there's like a lot of teams need players like that.
Who uses them the most, though? Guys that they'll just put anywhere.
I mean, Green Bay needs this kind of player. Minnesota still needs corners. They still need corners.
Did they get a safety yet?
No.
Minnesota.
So. They drafted they drafted 2 tackles, defense tackles. They didn't care about that.
I think it's Harrison Smith's like 36 years old or something crazy like that.
He's 86 years old. Yes.
That's what I'm saying too. Like, it's like, so even if you've tried to re-sign him, like you're signing an older player really at the back end of his career who's already contemplated retirement. And you had the opportunity in round 1 to draft Dylan Thieneman. And instead, he gets drafted by one of your arch nemesis in your division. And you take a D tackle that you don't even know, like, what the foot, like his foot issues are. They, because it's almost like in basketball, like when you have those big centers, those tall guys, and they have foot issues. It's like, I promise you, this is not going to be a one-off thing. Nope. Right? It's a chronic thing. So it's like, is this a thing where you look at, like, hey, can Caleb Banks overcome this? Is he going to be okay the rest of his career? And the moment it flares up even one time, like, your fans are going to revolt because it was just like, why the heck did we do this? Like, so it's a very interesting thing. Minnesota has back-to-back picks.
Yeah.
Here comes the safety.
Bada boom.
Oh no, it's Caleb Tiernan.
Ah, okay.
That's still a good pick.
Yeah,
Smart.
I like him. Yeah, I like
Moves
him.
well. Yeah. Doesn't get out over his skis.
Position
Taller than I
flexibility.
remembered. 6'7.5". Damn.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was that tall either. Yeah, no, I like the pick. I like the pick.
Caroline, that's a good question. I don't have a single team for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't have one either.
PK, somebody at ESPN said something about trading for AJ. Yeah. They were talking about the Patriots. I'm sure they did. They can't be talking about Chiefs trading for him.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
He's like, what is he, 23 on the cap or something next year?
Well, it'll be a post June 1st trade. So I don't remember exactly what the number is for him, but that's why they're talking about it happening as a post June 1st, because that's the only way they can make it even work. And after
I'm looking.
They drafted Mikhail, like it's happening. Like it's
Oh yeah, and he's got void years up until 2034.
Oh, interesting. Here's the safety. Here's the safety for Minnesota. I was
wrong. Okay.
Not the safety everyone thought. I have a 3rd round grade on Jacoby Thomas. He's a lot of fun. I kept watching him, kept going back, and I'm like, you know what? This is a robber. This is a robber.
Yeah.
And in this kind of defense, he's going to be physical. He's going to come downhill. He's going to tackle. And he's going to be exactly what Brian Flores wants. Cause havoc, but he's going to be actually able to generate turnovers when he's a robber. I don't really like him as a true 2 high. I like him on just underneath or in that robber role where he's going to be able to just eye the quarterback and make plays. I think that's where he's going to be best. Yep.
Yes, go. No, I like that selection of Jacoby Thomas as well, because Brian Flores likes to do a lot with his safeties anyway. You look at the matchups he's had against like Brock Purdy, where they'll, they show one thing and then they rotate into like cover 2 invert, and you get the safety working in the middle of the field and picking off that end cut, right? And I think that you like a guy with those ball skills, those instincts, and the aggressiveness to go make that play.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He's a fun player.
I got it in here for you somewhere here, Travis. Yeah, here you go. So that's where the store is. Oh, okay.
This is a fantastic pick. It's a fantastic pick for them because they lost Tariq Woolen. And guess what? Julian Neal is a super athlete on the outside. He's long, he's physical, he's going to be that boundary guy. He doesn't have the instincts that Woolen had from like a turnover perspective, but he gets downhill quickly and he's not a head case. This is a perfect 1-for-1 replacement, just without some of the turnover potential, I think. That's why they got Bud Clark, because they're going to fill in Julian Neal. It's going to be more PBUs and physicality against he's a really good tackler too. And they went
Jadarian Price at the bottom of 1, so they replaced their big loss of the offseason. This is a nice reload here. They might have one of the better first 2 days.
No, I like to see they've drafted with sense and common sense and a plan and everything else. And you got some other teams where just like, you just woke up today and say, I'm gonna wing it. At the NFL draft. Like,
F it, here we go.
Let's just see. That's your boy, Dan.
I looked at his ranking on the consensus board and I'm like, this is wrong. This is wrong. He's only played safety for a year and a half, 2 at the most. He's got legit instincts. He's a good player, a former corner. So you had talking about positional versatility. He's got really good athleticism, and then he gets downhill in a hurry. He does want to tackle and be there in the run. I thought he was a really good tackler. I saw a lot of people saying he overruns angles. I thought he did a nice job of stopping, keeping his hips underneath him when he gets downhill and changing directions there. So I love this pick for the Jags. It makes a ton of sense. And once again, the scouting department pays off.
Folks, thank you for checking it out. Thank you for hanging out with us. Dame, if you had one pick, first 2 days, what's your favorite?
Man, I said through the first 2 days, I would probably say what the Browns did, Casey Concepcion
Yeah.
at 24. Being smart and getting the tackle in the top 10, knowing that was the biggest need that you had, and that there were going to be a run on tackles because they couldn't wait till 24. They were not going to have a tackle that was even capable of truly being a left tackle at 24. So getting your tackle and then coming back and getting, Casey Concepcion, love that. And then, of course, now I'm pairing it with Denzel Boston and reshaping that wide receiver room in an instant.
Yep.
Yeah. Super fast. Folks, thank you for your time. Damien, thanks for joining us. I didn't think we'd even see you this long. It was nice.
Man.
I hate to tell you, we're going to bother you some more. So, hey, be prepared. Folks, you can find Damien on Bleacher Report. You can find him on Locked On NFL Draft. You can find Dan everywhere. I'm going to be on Locked On Chiefs in about 15 minutes. So y'all come over there and we'll see you. Damien, thank you again. Dan, great job. And hey, we're going to wrap up tomorrow after the third day. I'm not going to be live. I got to go to a kid thing, but we will see you after for the wrap-up draft show. You guys have a good night. Have a good one. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Thanks for watching this video from the team at RGR Football. Click these videos to see more and subscribe to RGR Football.